opportunities. Well, hello, people. Hello, everyone. Hello, hi, Travian. How are
Hello,
you?
Laverne. Hi, Tia.
Hey, hi, Tia. How are you?
My
Tia,
shirt
you
matches
haven't.
your hair. I
Tia,
should have had your
we
hair
can't.
on today.
We can't hear you. Your
Of
mic is
course.
muted. Okay. Okay. Yeah. We can hear you now.
Good.
Welcome to Welcome to the Hood Conservative Podcast with Laverne Spicer and my co-host Travian. Everybody just come on in this motherfucking room today because you are truly welcome here. Now get your ass on in this room. And I want to see y'all in the comment section represented today, baby, because it has truly been going down. This been
Hmm.
like hell of a week, and it's been like so much opposition and everything. Just the whole fireworks, just the whole fucking fireworks been going the fuck off. Okay, Tony, I see you. So anyway, we're gonna go ahead on and Travian, go ahead on introduce yourself, and then Tia, tell them
Well,
who you are.
hello, everyone. Welcome to another version of Laverne Spicer's The Hood Conservative Podcast. Happy that you're all here. Today, we're going to touch on some very controversial topics, and I think it's necessary that this conversation be had. And you're going to get it raw and real today, like you can get it nowhere else but on the Hood Conservative. So I'm looking forward to getting it started.
Tia.
Hey. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for having me on. My name is Tia. I am also an independent journalist and a parental rights advocate. Because at the end of the day, your mama knows best. I know how to raise my child, and I know what's best for my child.
All righty then. I guess y'all got that straight off and hot off of the press, baby. Hey y'all, give me a shout out over there. I see you, Corinne. Give so many laughs. Corinne, come on. Nora, where y'all at? Where y'all at? Corinne said, hey, Travian, and hi, Tia.
Hey.
Tia, Travian, can you see the comments?
I can see the comments. I see
Okay.
Karen, Maya. I
Just
do. I
making
see
just
her.
making sure. Just making sure you can see them. So you'll know what's up when the fire alarm goes off. So
Okay.
anyway, we're gonna move right along. I think we have a new pope now, and
He's from
he is
Chicago.
not a conservative.
He's from Chicago. So Chicago is going crazy right now. First pope ever from the city of Chicago. And everybody from,
Okay.
white people, black people in Chicago are on go for this guy. I'm not familiar with his record. I will have to research him. They just let off the white smoke this morning and just announced him this morning. So
Yes.
I gotta, go back and look at his record because I do know in Chicago, from the cardinal on down, there have been so many claims of sexual abuse on children coming out of Chicago. So I would like to see if he was able to avoid any of that chaos and mayhem. So I'll go digging into him later on.
Tia.
I'm right on board with you, girl. I need to get some more information. Hey, Kitchen. I need to get some more information. I want to do my research. Protecting the kids is the most important thing. That's why
Very
I
much
stopped.
so.
That's
Very
why I
much
stopped going
so.
to church. Like, if you don't feel safe from the people who's supposed to lead you, you're not going to go.
Pope Leo.
And that is a
That's his name,
problem.
Kitchen
You
Rebels.
know,
Pope Leo.
you, you're right, Travian. And Tia, that's such a valid point. And I love the Lord as my personal savior. I love God. I mean, that's the reason why I feed people and help people the way I do because of the
Yes.
calling that's in my life. But on the same token, when it comes to church and religion, so many of them are so religious, but they don't have a relationship at all.
Say
So,
it. Say
know,
it.
when you throw out a few curse words, then they got a problem with you,
Say
but they
it.
have a problem with their pastor fucking the boys. They ain't got
Can,
that shit.
can I say
They,
something?
they pastor whoring through the church. They ain't got no problems with they pastor second dick, and so on. Now I could go the fuck on and on. They ain't got
Can
no.
I say? Can I say it? Can I say it?
Well, don't say the amen. But soon as you say the church, but oh, you go and straight ahead. So are you, motherfucker. So are you. You know. So, whew, this girl don't got me started already. So anyway, speaking of Chicago, Chicago has some things going on today. Travian, you was telling me about that Mayor Brandon.
Well, Mayor Brandon once again is taking the side of the illegal. So we have actually we have a guest that was supposed to be on the show today that had to run down to City Hall and attempt to protest funds, leaving the urban neighborhoods, going to protect the illegals from ICE. And this has been a constant in Chicago, and it's sad. Anything that can be considered American, whether it's Columbus Day. Right now, you have a big issue with Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Italians in Chicago. So Mayor Lori Lightfoot actually removed the Christopher Columbus Day statue from this park in the Italian area neighborhood, what they call Taylor Street. And the Italians have been at war with the mayor's office since Lori Lightfoot was in office because she had the statue removed. As we all know, President Trump made Columbus Day an official holiday forever. So, Brandon Johnson's just got so much going on, and it's negative. He's consistently negatively impacted the city of Chicago, and we all know that he's working against the hard-working people. He keeps raising property taxes. It's just a mess.
Okay, the radical Republican said, why hasn't he been repealed yet? That's a problem that we have throughout the United States with sorry motherfuckers that are in office. We see it in California with Governor Newsom, and people don't know what the fuck is going on with Fetterman. He come through country, he come through up in Congress dressed like you down with OPP. He got these damn sweatsuits and shit, like he getting ready to start a rap song or something. You don't know what the fuck going on. And at one time he couldn't even finish the sentence and shit. But now, I guess I don't know. I just don't know what is going on with this man. Because
I call him Chicken Little. If you look at him, he looks exactly like Chicken Little. Next time you look at Mayor Johnson, look at him and think of Chicken Little. He's got that little streak going down the middle of his head, the goofy glasses. I call him Chicken Little, and he is chicken. He's a wimp. He's weak. He's pushing the agenda that goes against everything that he said that he was running on. He used to be, a teacher. And the teachers union in Chicago is by far the most powerful union in this city. And so, they got him elected. It was a bad situation, and it's only gotten worse.
This the problem. These people go out of their way to do, okay, they went out of their way to give those illegals a place to stay, food stamps, I don't know. I think was it Chicago they was getting $17,000 cash assistance?
19,000.
Yes.
$19,000.
19,000.
What about the damn people? So people in Chicago should be tearing that motherfucker
They
up.
should be.
Johnson ass, baby. They should be there. And I'm glad they stepped up to the mic. I'm glad they stepped up because it was time. I mean, Lori Lightfoot, what's the name of that little thing with them? What we call her? The thing that black and white, Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, Lori she was definitely
Beetlejuice. She was fucking up. Say that race divide car to try to keep, the races separated, and every motherfucker doing that is married to a white person, including her also, right? People, do not allow these people to divide you with that racism bullshit. Okay? Do not allow them to do that. And The opinions on this show that are expressed by people are their own and not particularly the Hood Conservatives Podcast opinion.
She
Say
says
that shit
that
off
every
here.
time it's about to get hot
Yeah,
up in
I
here.
want to say that. You know, like when you watch a lot of shows, that's the first thing they say.
They
In case-
gotta say it. You know
yeah,
they're gonna come after us, so you gotta say the blah blah blah.
okay, that's okay.
Right.
I got something for them.
Now I'm gonna say something about the whole race divide thing.
Go ahead.
So I'm here in rural Florida. I'm on a dirt road off a dirt road. Like I'm in the country. Okay. I got neighbors down the road that got rebel flags and all that. And you know what they told me? They said, we all bleed red, sister. I don't care nothing about that.
At the end of the day, baby. At the end of
Yes.
the day, I would say we all gotta eat,
Yes.
and then you're gonna die somewhere along the line. It might not necessarily be in that order, people.
Yeah.
But
And
you
it's
know,
and it's the regular people.
you know, life is short. You know,
Yes.
I mean, it may seem like it's long, but life is short, y'all. You know, people spend their time working hard to take
Yes.
care of their families, to pay their bills, to take care of their kids and stuff, to maintain their household. And to me, nothing in life is easy. I don't care. Whatever you want, you got to fight for it. You know, it ain't gonna just come. Even if your parents, even if you grow up in the suburbs, and even if your whole family is rich, you still gonna catch some hell too. They shit ain't no silver platter smooth. Their problems might not be our motherfucking
Oh,
problems.
but they bigger. They bigger.
They big. Okay, none at least they gonna have problems too. So at the end of the day, people just want to be able to go home, relax, enjoy their
That's
family
it.
and shit like that. Fuck what color somebody else is. Who gives a fuck?
Listen. I'm telling you, I had a neighbor. I got stuck on the road, and like this, I said, it was a dark area. So the typical media would be like, "Oh my God, it's a black person in an area where there's no street light. Something's gonna happen." I had this big burly redneck guy get out his truck. You need some help, ma'am? Jesus is the Lord of my life. I said, "Hello, hello." Us people, regular people, don't care about that skin color, so we don't care.
They don't. No, they do not.
I mean, I got plenty of white cousins, you know, people that I've met down the line, and we call ourselves cousins. They're not necessarily my blood, but I got a whole lot of white cousins that can show up on my doorstep should I need anything. So
just a phone call.
Exactly, on one call. So I think people need to just open themselves up to be able to, you know, bring people in. You can't bring people in being closed-minded.
No.
That's the problem.
No, you cannot. You and
No.
even if you wanna, if you want to go back to the Bible, Jesus said, "With love and kindness have I won thee." Right? And then and welcome to the show, Nora. Thank you. She said she loved the purple hair. I can't really. I think it's blue though, but she said she loved the purple.
It's purple. Thank you.
It's purple.
Hey, Texas.
Texas.
So, the fact that we're speaking on Jesus Christ, we have a clip on Lizzo and what she had to say about Christianity and the Bible. So,
I saw
go
that.
ahead and roll that. I think it was a post that Dom Lister put out earlier today.
I read the entire Bible. All these people don't realize kids. I sing gospel music, honey. Not the exact genre, but the Bible to me is a historical document. Why would y'all put this on me right now? Not while I'm talking about the Bible. The Bible is a historical document. And especially in the Old Testament, there's a lot of genealogy and there's a lot of, you know, historical events that are documented. The New Testament are books written by prophets. You know what I mean? And they found these scrolls and brought them together and made one document, one book. But the book is made up of a lot of people's interpretations of history, metaphors, especially in the New Testament. The Old Testament is a lot of genealogical and historical documentation. This New Testament is a lot of people's personal accounts, prophets, followers of Christ. And they took all of these books and they made one book, one Bible. So I read the Bible intellectually.
So I think basically what she was saying was we got major feedback. You guys hear feedback?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hear myself doubling, and the clip doubled too. So I think what she was saying, feedback is gone. I think what she was saying was she read the Bible from front to back, and it was written by a bunch of different people, and none of it made any factual sense to her. And that Christianity is just a weak situation, and people are believing something that just didn't make any sense when she read the Bible from front to back. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, what is this flip in Lizzo that she's now, read? I haven't read the Bible from front to back. I'm just gonna be honest. But I spent every Sunday and every Wednesday night prayer meeting and every Sunday school and every children's choir rehearsal, because I used to direct the children's choir. I've spent enough time in church to hear the Bible from front to back. But I'm just trying to figure out what you guys think about what Lizzo said.
I'm gonna let you go first, Laverne.
Grew up in the church with the older people always took us to church back in the day, and that's what's missing out of today's society, because we was taught respect for our elders, something that most of them don't even have anymore. Nothing is sacred anymore. These little young people, they just do whatever in the hell they want to without any regards as to what, and the way most of us grew up, right? If we thought about doing something that was that we knew we shouldn't be doing, then there was always that little, like how they show in the cartoons with that little devil over here and the angel over here, and the devil's like, okay, now you could go in that store and go steal you a pack of cookies. That's the devil. And then over here, the little angel say, yes, you could go steal them, but what is your mother gonna do? What is your father gonna do? They're gonna beat your ass when you get back home. We knew it was repercussions. We knew it was repercussions to doing stuff. We had parents to answer to, and it wasn't going to be good. But so we thought, in other words, we thought twice about doing dumb stuff before we did it, because we knew we had somebody to answer to, right? And this is like, I don't have this clip, but I was watching it yesterday. They showed this lady, she was stealing out of this store, right? I can't remember if it was Walmart or what store she was stealing out of. But then she had her little daughter with her. And this little girl was about 2 years old. And the cops put her on the ground. They got the little baby on the ground. They got her ass in handcuffs. And I don't know if they put handcuffs on the baby, because some of these people are like, don't even give a fuck. They have no compassion whatsoever, for kids or anybody else. But the point is, she should have thought about the repercussions behind this. Yeah, if I go in here and steal, they're going to lock my black ass up. But what about my baby? Do I want my baby to watch me go to jail? Sometimes you got to think twice about what you're doing before you do that shit. Especially when kids are involved, and then you got your kids right there watching you. Some of them training their kids to go in the store and steal with them, like they won't put their damn kids in jail these days. We living in a different day and age when things are totally different now. So Go ahead, Tia.
Woo, girl, you done said everything I was thinking already. Listen, I'm an 80s baby. I said hi to my baby. He got off the bus. I'm an 80s baby. I've been watching the degradation of society since you introduced crack to the black neighborhoods.
That was the downfall right
That
there.
was the downfall. That was the
That was the
downfall to
biggest
break up the family, to get the
Yes,
daddy away and get the
yes,
mama out at work.
yes.
And the
And,
truth of the matter
you know
is,
what?
go ahead.
You know, I operate a food pantry, and we see people come in there that need the help and stuff, but nothing is more heartbreaking than when you see people and you look at them and they are such beautiful people that you could tell at one time in their life, that they were very beautiful and things were going great. Sometimes these people that got on crack were like the smartest people in high
Yes,
or the broad
yes.
way, and people that people would assume that they would go out and do great in life, but they got caught up with the crack rock, you know.
Hmm.
So and you just look at them and be like, damn, what the fuck happened? Why? Why? I mean, when I used to talk to people about drugs and stuff, they always talked about all the pain that they was experiencing in their life. And I always said, you ain't the only motherfucker that went through some goddamn pain. I had every reason.
Yes.
Me, Laverne Spicer, I had every reason that I could think of to go and get on some damn crack. But I didn't do that. I
Hmm.
didn't, So when you talk about pain, to me, I can't connect that dot because I experienced pain also. But
But
that
it's
didn't
how
mean,
you handled it. It's how you decided to go forward.
you know, I know I didn't need no damn drugs. I do enough on fucking air. When the hell I need some goddamn crack for? You know? So, so, go ahead,
But
Tia.
but you see how it's been breaking us down. It really has breaking us down. So we're at the point
It's
where,
heartbreaking.
thank you, our young people, they don't have a healthy respect of their parents. They don't fear authority, don't respect authority. There's no prayer in the school. Grandmom is 36, 32 years old. We need to bring back old grandmas. You got
That
grandma
beat your
36,
ass. That beat your ass and told you don't do that shit no more.
right?
You know?
And that's the thing is that,
Because they
I
made
don't
the
know what.
difference. You didn't have people going out just being fucking disrespectful. Because they knew they
Well,
had a grandma just gonna whoop their motherfucking ass.
you
And
knew
I don't
better.
promote violence, but some people just need that shit. Especially when you see them going in these stores and they just
Feeling.
going off throwing people shit. That's because they see, monkey fucking do. What's the purpose of you doing all that shit? You looking dumb as hell because somebody
Feeling.
says to you gonna go tell them people stuff. So you deserve that ass whipping that you get when you go to a motherfucking Waffle House. Cause one thing about Waffle House, you carry your ass up in there, they gonna represent that ass whipping on your ass, baby.
And they
They
gonna get
ain't gonna
that
be no
chair.
damn Burger King, baby. That ain't gonna be no McDonald's. That ain't gonna be no Starbucks shit. That ain't gonna be no Popeye shit. Because a lot of them, they gonna stand back and let you do your shit. But you go up in that Waffle House, they gonna beat your motherfucking ass. You gonna be running your ass from behind that counter. Ain't nobody gonna have to leave, tell you to leave. And you could best believe that.
But
You
see,
know what?
thank
I
you.
can't. I can't. This. I know I'm going back to a little bit in the conversation when you said that you never had any urge to get on crack. So I have a crack story. Not that I ever had any urge to
Okay.
get on
You
crack.
ain't did
But
no
I have a
damn
crack
crack
story, okay?
Travian.
Because it traumatized me. So my cousin, my cousin-in-law, who was married to my cousin, came over to my apartment when I was younger. And, he always thought I was the coolest one out of the family. So he came over and he smoked some crack in my apartment. And in a few minutes, he was down digging in the carpet, looking under the crack door crack, like somebody was trying to break in the house, and he was like running into it. I was like, what the hell is going on? And I have been scarred. I have been scarred ever since I saw him on my floor, digging in the carpet, looking under the crack in the front door, like somebody was coming and taking off, running in my bathroom and shutting the door. I was like, let me call my cousin so he come and get this fool. And he didn't want me to tell anybody, which is why he came over to my house, because he thought I would keep the secret, which I did till just
No.
he passed away, so I can tell the story.
Let me tell y'all something, right?
Oh.
Like I said, I never tried cocaine. I never did crack. And also I see Java, she talk about that old-fashioned switch. We all, and I always talk about no switches because my grandma used to kick me. And every day she said, baby, go pick your switch. Because with them old people, you had to go out there and pick it. And I remember some little
Yes.
girl, go pick your switch. And then I tried to find me a small one and bring it back. She said, oh, nay.
Bring two.
Oh, no. You go get you a bigger switch. And I was like, because I was cussing when I was little, but they didn't know it, And I was like, damn, why I got to keep going to pick my damn switch every day? I was about 5 years old. I'm thinking, damn, why I got to keep going to pick my switch? Why I can't be like Buffy and Jody them in the White Kids with Mr. French? Just be like, oh, Buffy and Jody, it's gonna be okay. Don't worry about anything. And I was mad. I was like, God, why you got my grandmama down telling me to go pick my switch, but Jody and Mr. French them kids ain't got to pick no switch. And then Brady Bunch, y'all remember the Brady Bunch?
Yes.
They had to go pick no damn switch. So why the fuck I got to go pick a switch? I ain't never see Florence say, Brady Kids 6, y'all go outside and pick your
Never. Never.
So like,
I used to get beat with extension cords.
And you never saw what's the one they had them big ears, Opie didn't never had to go pick no damn switch.
No.
So I was like, well, God, why you ain't hook me up with Opie them? You know what I'm saying?
But your path would have been different. I don't think people understand discipline for African American kids is different. It's not the same. Because listen, there is a school to prison pipeline for our young men. They already know how many jail cells they're gonna build between 3rd to 5th grade. And if your kids don't listen to you, they're not gonna listen to authority in the streets.
They're not. And you gotta be tougher with our kids. You really do. If you want them kids to listen, you got to really express authority with them. Because other than that, they're gonna look at you. Who you talking to? I'm gonna go tell my mama on you.
Well,
I used to have foster kids. Okay, I did foster kids for about 10 years, so I know about them kids and I know how they are. And another thing with that crack, those are crack babies were totally different. And and the kids that had crack parents also, because them moms used to leave them kids at home to go
by themselves.
Tricks by themselves, and them kids basically had to raise their damn self.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the generation that we're dealing with now. We're dealing with all the effects of that crack and drugs and everything else that destroy our community.
So when Lizzo opens up her big old mouth, talk about the Bible this and the Bible that, she had to go sit down somewhere. Because I know it ain't been nothing but God to get me through what I've been through. So I don't know what she's talking about.
Let me tell you something. God is the reason why I'm here right now.
That's right.
Here right now, baby, because with everything I've been through, I should not be here. One day I'll talk about it when I decide to write the book. But anyway,
I'll buy it.
Okay. And anyway, when you talking about people like Lizzo, we already know most of them motherfuckers are satanic. They into the Illuminati and everything else. Look at Lil Nas when he put them damn boots up for sale. With a drop with the 666, the 3 6s with a drop of the blood in it, and them shit sold out like overnight. That just shows how much that people are really into Satan worshiping. Now, don't nobody want to believe in God, right? They don't believe in God, but you'll never hear nobody say, "Oh, I don't believe in Satan. I don't think the devil is real."
No, Lil Uzi Vert tells everybody he worships, he digs Satan, he's rocking with the devil. So they're actually being honest about it now. Nobody's really ready to hide it anymore. So they're not hiding it. They're emboldened, and those who do believe in Satan, follow Satan, think that Satan is what's ruling the world, they've come out and said it now many times.
That's right. And then remember when Lil Nas did that video, he bought his little happily satanic gay ass right down there and was dancing in the
Was lap
devil's
dancing with the devil.
Remember that? But
Yep.
wait till that shit catch up with him. Because this
On the
shit out
cross,
here,
upside down, trying to be Noah.
Wait till it catch up, baby. Wait till it catch up with him.
It did. He's in the hospital right now and can't move one side of his face. Like his face is stuck up on the right-hand side.
I bet he call on Jesus now.
Because the devil is a liar. Satan
Yes,
ain't going to help his happy ass. Satan is not going to help his happy ass.
So it's been a very eventful week on race relations. You all know the woman who was on video calling the little boy a nigger. It got very heated on social media, X especially, and everybody had their own opinions. Laverne really wanted it to be made known that children were off limits, and you cannot call a 5-year-old a nigger. Well, Laverne took a lot of backlash, but we all know you come for Laverne, Laverne's gonna come for you. So there was just a lot of fighting going back and forth about the word nigger, and I emphasize the word because that's what it is. But Laverne, why don't you give people a little short review of how that was going for you?
Right. You know, the only thing I said, kids should be off limits. Now, when they showed that video of the white girl that called the little black boy a nigger, we didn't see the front part of that video. They did not show that. At least I didn't see it. I don't know if anybody else could have saw it. I didn't see it. I just saw her. She looked back and she gave them a strange look. So I don't know what they said, okay? But the only thing I'm saying is that kids should be off limit. You know, no kid deserve to get called a nigger. No kid deserve to be called a cracker or whatever, you know, they call kids, you know. I mean, kids should really be off limits. And I don't think no little black kid should get called a nigger, you know. I don't think that. And then the same thing I can say with white kids. Should nobody be calling them little crackers, you know, or whatever they call them. I don't know. And no, I'm just going to put it like this. No racial slurs. That shit should be off limit. Now, whatever grown people want to say to each other, that's their business, okay? That's the only thing I said. So since I said that, I got called a nigga about 99 motherfucking times. And, plus, and then they came in my inbox for me to make sure that I knew that they called me a nigger, right? So everybody that came in my inbox that started it end up blocking me. So I don't know how they end up blocking me. Y'all gonna start it, you know. Just know I ain't gonna take no shit laying down off of nobody. You know, I ain't taking no shit laying down. So if you gonna come in my inbox and call me a nigga, be ready. So I'm gonna talk about Travian wanted me to talk about one of them in particular that called me a nigga, right? And he called me a nigga, so I told him his daddy was a nigga. So he said, the dude said, well, that would explain why he was never around.
Got Laverne good.
He got me. He got me. It
was
shit I can say to that.
That
my husband was laughing. He was like, baby, we got you on there. I said, you're right. You know, I said, there's nothing I can say about that. I mean, I can't even like comment on that shit because we do know that, you know, many Black fathers are not involved in their kids' life. And that's a sad thing. You know, that's really a sad thing. But I do understand. And the reason why I can say I understand is because the way I grew up, you know, after they have all the kids they have from the man, then they start hating the man. My mom hated my daddy. And I'm going to tell you what my mama always told me. And my mama was an excellent shooter, baby. She kept a double barrel rifle in the closet, right?
I
And
love it.
I grew up in the country, okay, Carolina. So if a snake came in our yard, my mama would go outside with that rifle.
That's me.
First shot, baby, she got 'em. First shot, she got them. And she always told me, she said, I got two buckshots in my rifle. One for you and the other one for your daddy. That's what she always told me. I'm serious. And that's some cruel shit. But that's what she told me, right? So I'm gonna say that say this. I'm saying that, yes, ma'am. That's what she told me. She said I got two buckshots in my rifle, one for you
He
and
was
the other
not playing.
because she
Dang.
spent a lot of time trying to turn us against our father. But me and my daddy are still close today. Okay, we're very close today. But that's what happened with kids. A lot of time when the man and the woman break up, the woman try to turn those kids against their father. And they tell those kids all kind of bad things about the daddy, trying to break up their relationship. But I'm gonna say this at the end of the day, as Curly was saying that beauty parlor, when you raise them, whether you raise your kids or not, it does not matter. When they get grown, if they want to come find you, they gonna
Mm-hmm.
find you. They
Mm-hmm.
gonna, and if they want that relationship, then it's a possibility that that relationship could happen and start all over again.
Yes.
Because a lot of times the fathers are pushed out of the home. They are pushed out of the home, after they have them kids, a lot of times they turn against them, and people just get to the point, back in the day, people stayed together because they had to stay together.
Mm-hmm.
It took those two incomes to make them ends meet in the household. But nowadays, with all of this independence and all these social media influences and everything else, people are able to make them ends meet. So they
Yes.
don't necessarily need that man in the home, or so they feel. But kids need both parents, especially in today's world, because having a man in our house makes a big difference to stop a lot of that stuff that is going on right now today. And I'm gonna say it again. If you coming home, if your daddy gonna put his foot up your ass, you gonna
You know.
think before you go out there and do some dumb shit. Hey, Benji, welcome back.
You get a haircut,
Hey,
Benji? I think you got a
yeah,
haircut.
yeah, I did. I never get haircuts. I really don't care how I look most days. I'm just kind of like whatever. But I was like, yeah, let me get a haircut and try to look like somebody.
So Laverne didn't think that people should be calling each other niggers. For me, I literally don't care. I think that everybody should have the right to call anybody they want a nigger. I truly
Now,
believe that because I believe
kids.
in free speech, and free speech is absolute to me. And it's a word. If you can allow a word to control you, in my opinion, you are weak on the inside because there's so much more that you could be working out in your life than worrying about somebody, using the word nigger. Now, I actually put up a post that said, look, y'all can say it all, white people can say it all you want.
I saw that.
I get it. You guys have had a lot of built up anger with the last, presidential administration, the DEI, all of the things that actually, the Black Lives Matter, all of it that basically put white people on the spot to be discriminated against. And Black people always say, oh, you can't discriminate against white people. No. I watch Black people discriminate against some white people. I see it. It's crazy. There are just as many racist Black people as there are racist white people.
And that's a
And I
fact.
think people
And
need
that's
to
a fact.
understand that. But so now, since white people wanted to make it cool and get everybody comfy and cozy using the word nigger, my friend Kanye West dropped a song called Nigger Heil Hitler. And he has every right to say Nigger Heil Hitler, as white people have the right to say nigger. G, will you roll that clip for me, please? So we can all get comfortable saying words that people would consider slurs. But for me, I look at this as a healing moment. They have blocked Kanye's songs on all streaming platforms when there's 5 other songs called Heil Hitler on streaming platforms. And so now we're working on making sure that Kanye can sell this song, because there is absolutely no way that you have Heil Hitler 5 different times on Spotify and 5 different times on iTunes by different people. But when Kanye makes a song called Heil Hitler, it's a problem and you ban it. And so if you look at this, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actions. So we have to understand this can be a healing moment. All of these words that used to hurt people can be just moved. It can be made that these words lose their power. And that would help Jews, because they feel like they're targeted with anti-Semitism. I think Black people think that they're targeted when they get called the word nigger. If we take the power from these words right now, if we look at this moment and take advantage of this moment, this can be one of the most healing moments in American history, because all these things lose power. Now, truly, this song by Kanye West is going to be the bop of the summer. You're going to hear, nigga, Heil Hitler at the, Free Palestine March. You're going to hear this song everywhere. And so I think people need to take the power from what they would find, just to be offensive to them. Use this moment in history where nigger and Hitler are now face off with each other. Remove the power from it. And I think this will be one of the best moments for Americans and for racism to just like diminish itself.
Okay, now what I said was I don't think nobody should call a kid a nigger. Now what they want to call each other, like I said all the time, I'm out. I see Spanish guys hanging together calling each other niggas. White folks, some white folks be calling each other niggas. So whatever people call their friends, that's their business. I don't care.
It's the music industry, though. It really is. If you look at it, I was around back in the day when rap music first came out, it was "Hey Brother," "Hey Sister," "Hey Queen." Look at "UNITY" by Queen Latifah. Now it's, nigga, hoe. Everything is so degrading. You up there bobbing to it, calling yourself every type of derogatory comment. Like, the radio makes it so easy now.
Yeah, I think it's just time for Black people, as you said, to take the power from that word. It's time for us to look into ourselves as individuals and find a way to let that go. Because if your whole thing is I hate white people, you're not helping yourself by holding on to this word as a weakness. If anything, if a white man can say a word to you and it totally ruins your day, it totally causes you to alter your plans, and now I got to beat up this random white person and go to jail and fuck what I was doing that day because they said this word, who then has the power in that situation? It's almost like nigger is like an incantation. Like they say this word and niggas lose their fucking mind. You know what I mean? It's almost like witchcraft or something. Like, and this is something that is up to, and as I said, going into the whole thing with what's his name, his soft ass acting crazy on Piers Morgan, which I know we're gonna talk about that. It goes into the fact that we have to find that strength within ourselves, because getting offended by this word is a weakness. People call me a coon for saying that, but I'm trying to help you be strong. If you're trying to defeat white people and quote-unquote white supremacy, which obviously I don't believe in, they are white folks supreme over me, which, obviously I say all the time. But if you're trying to defeat that, then having you go into a puddle of shit over this word just doesn't make sense. That's why I was so disappointed in Mark Lamont Hill, somebody who builds himself to be smart, acting a damn fool over the mention of the talk about of the word, not even the actual word. And you're losing it, and you're having this white girl who got famous off of some bullshit on TikTok. She's singer composed, Byron's composed, the other chick's composed, and you look fucking crazy.
Right.
over a fucking word. Like I want to know. And what was crazy about that is that like you had actual black people who know better defending that shit. Like we have to let this shit go as far as this work is. We have to figure out what that is, because at this point, this is learned trauma. If you have a child today, they don't know anything about this N-word, they know nothing about any of these past narratives. This is literally like some trauma that we're passing on from generation. And and it looks crazy. Mark Lamont Hill looked fucking crazy on TV. Like I just as a black man supposed to be educated, he's not representing himself well that much. For me, I'd have told the bitch, yeah, say it, bitch. You want to say nigga so bad, go and say it. Because guess what? You say it, I'm still standing up. I'm still educated. It don't change shit over here. Bitch, you're still a baby mom about to hit the fucking wall. That's how you should have got that hoe. But he ain't even getting that hoe the right way. He didn't do the research. Lily Gaddis is a baby mama. And then there was a rumor, I don't know what the truth, I was trying to find out, that the baby daddy ain't even white. So you're getting treated by people who aren't even white, and you're talking all this shit about saying N-words and whatnot. Ma'am have several seats, but that's how you should have got at it, to get at her rather than go act all crazy and looking all sensitive and nuts over a word that she didn't even say, the memory of a word. Why would you let this random TikTok chick have that much power over you, a black man with fucking more degrees than a thermometer? You look crazy. Like I don't understand, and I don't understand how black folks are sitting there defending that. Like, yeah, he did right. No, he looked nuts. Sorry. White folks won on that one. He looked crazy. He did exactly what the racists want you to do when they say that word. Act the word crazy. He did it. He fell right in the trap.
Right. Well, I'm thinking that we're gonna play that clip. Yeah, I learned. I think we have feedback again.
Again?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Okay.
It's gone. All right.
It's gone?
Yes, it's gone. So Benji mentioned this clip of with Mark Lamont Hill on Piers Morgan with the white woman.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And we're gonna roll this clip. I think it's
where people are allowed to say.
I thought it was there.
Country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will
well, go
not
on then,
have
say it. Say
you
the
will
M-
not.
Go on, say. Go on, say the M word. Go on.
No.
Don't invite. No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me, because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for ratings to call me the N-word, because that's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here. You and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Piers. I understand what you're trying to do, but we already know she's racist, and I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you, and I accept that, and we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Right.
Now, this is the same man.
I hate to say this, but I have to say it. We get mad when people like Myron and other people like that say, "Oh, black people chimp out" and all this other bullshit. Was that not a chimp out though? Was it not? Like that? He looked crazy. Everybody's composed.
Hold on, Benji. We have feedback, so we can't really.
Y'all got feedback?
Yeah, we got really bad feedback.
Okay.
Okay, go at it, Benji. Let's see.
Okay.
How that sound?
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm saying that I hate to say what I'm about to say, in that when people like Myron and other people who are, racist and say racist things, we're not saying Myron's racist because he's like blackish or whatever, but people when they say these racist things about like black people, oh, they chimp out, was that not a chimp out? Did he not look fucking
He
nuts?
crashed
Everybody
out.
else is composed.
He
and
crashed
he crashed
out.
out in the middle. He crashed out so hard, his damn screen was shaking. What, nigga, what are you doing?
But see,
I'm the victim of that. He made himself the victim of this word. If she says that, I'm the victim. The bitch said a word. Nigga, you grown. Who gives a fuck
see,
what that bitch say?
it's just a word.
It's just a word. Like,
But listen,
okay, white person go your nigga, so what?
he has a problem with that. But if you go to Cat Williams, any of Cat Williams' show, you hear the N word so much, you just like, golly. You cannot go to a Cat Williams show.
This bitch who's saying there ain't nobody is some random TikTok bitch. Why are you concerned about what this random TikTok bitch,
No.
bitch gotta say about you anyway? Aren't you?
Now she got $600,000. Okay.
Like, why do you care about what these dregs of fucking society have to say about you? This ain't just the Queen of England. You know what I'm saying? Like this bitch is beneath you. You let this bitch have, they was laughing at him. You see that bitch laughing at him? And then you got black people defending that. You did right. He didn't do no fucking right. Crazy. Like I said, I wish it were me. I'd have said, say that shit, bitch. Go ahead, say it, huh? I would have said it so bad, because guess what? I'm still educated and still got more money than you. I'm still better than you. You TikTok ass, baby mama ass, bitch. So go ahead and say it. But you still get the fucking single mom ass bitch. The fuck, like, that's how you get at somebody. I don't even get people back. I don't do that victim shit. I'm gonna come at you just hard as you can see. Call me a nigga. Guess what? Let me find the shit out about your ass. I'm gonna get back at you. Like, you should just walk with that rather than walk a victim like that. That shit was so pointed to me. Very disappointed in him. Not when I was a fan of his before, obviously, but seriously not now.
Well, I mean, we have to remember that Marc Lamont Hill is the same person that said men can get pregnant.
Oh,
So
Lord.
why would we listen to you crash out about anything when he crashed out a long time ago? And people like him, who the younger black community likes to listen to, and he misleads, what left of a community that Black America has. I have zero respect for Marc Lamont Hill, so you can call him a nigger all you want. Laverne,
Y'all still got a feedback?
yes,
Yes.
very bad.
Okay. Shit.
If you're talking about some good stuff right now, that's why so much feedback.
Yeah, that's true too. Y'all let me know when y'all don't hear it no more.
Well, G, roll the clip about bankruptcy and back to school. And since Black women are the smartest demographic in the world,
go sign up now.
Because Asians are.
On that degree, go get it now. If you've been wanting that second or third degree, go sign up now. Sign up part-time. Get those credits. Stay in school as long as you need to wait out this administration. For the record, we will all file bankruptcy and we will all go back to school. You're not getting a dime from us. What? I have 3 degrees. I'll go get another one. I'm a Black woman. Black women are the most educated populace on this planet. We go to bed, wake up, and decide, okay, we're bored. Let's go get another degree. Are you kidding me? I will take 2 to 3 credits per semester, per year, until the next administration gets here and figures this all out. You're not getting a dime from me, Donald Trump. Because see, what you don't understand, while you are trying to crush the middle class and destroy the lower class, we're thinking.
Now, she made Black women the dumbest demographic on the planet. First of all, Asians are the most educated demographic on the planet. That's a fact, whether it's from Iran or China or Korea. So when Black women say that we are the most educated people in the world, number one, it's a lie, okay? Number two, telling Black people to file for bankruptcy so they don't have to pay their student loans, that people like her embarrass me deeply, because you all didn't go to school and get a crash course in the subject that you got your degree in. You went and got the brain surgery course. You stayed in school 4, 5, 6, 9, 10 years, and now you don't want to pay for it and act like it's wrong to make you pay for it. And I don't like Black people like that. They make all Black people look bad. White people, whoever doesn't want to pay their student loans. But to hear this Black woman say, don't pay them, file for bankruptcy, she's got to be the dumbest educated Black woman that I've ever heard. And it gets more and more embarrassing hearing Black women try and tote themselves up high when they run their mouths like this and put themselves under the gum of people's shoes. And this is just, it's a sad fact. And Black women listen to women like her. This is the problem. She is also part of the miseducation of the Negro. So I don't know what to say. It
my
makes it
question
harder
is,
and harder for me to engage with the Black community when they want to follow people like her and Mark Lamont Hill and Joy-Ann Reid and the dude with the electric plug afro.
Oh, yes. I just said that on Newsmax. Did you see that on Tuesday?
Y'all still hear feedback, Travia?
No.
Okay.
No feedback.
Okay then.
So
yeah, I said that on Tuesday on Newsmax. He definitely.
I can't remember his name. He always looked like just a fat
his
blob.
name is, I gotta look. What? It's on my Instagram.
Like you take one of those pencils with the hair on it, and the hair goes everywhere. That's what he looks like to me.
He like a troll.
He looks like a troll.
Ellie Mistel.
Yeah, that's his name. That's his name.
No, somebody in
so
my timeline called him. Somebody in my timeline called him the Nutty Professor, Dr. Clump, and I just can't even get that image of my mind. I said, not Dr. Clump. They said, Dr. Clump is at it again. I'm like, he is so Dr. Clump coded.
It's so sad.
One thing about this lady, though, is that where was this heifer when Biden didn't pay off student loans? Like, I don't understand why. Like, I would think that she'd be more upset with her president, Biden, for not coming through with his campaign promise that he promised America. I mean, it was one thing. When they stole the presidency from Trump, I said, well, one good thing about this, at least Joe will cancel them student loans. Fuck it. They spend on illegals, everybody fucking else. Fuck it. He didn't even do that right. Democrats can't even fucking spend money right. Like, damn, Joe. Like, what was that presidency? It was a bunch of nothing. Literally nothing. So, I mean, I don't understand where her energy was for that. And for her to say that you're doing something to Donald Trump by not paying student loans, that's federal government. That's going to be there after Donald Trump, before Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with Trump, like, actually. So I don't know what this is like an insult to Trump. You as a bitch don't want to pay your student loans. Just say that. If you broke, just say that. You know what I mean? Like they say, like, if you broke,
with all your degrees. I got 3 degrees. I'll go get another one.
Right.
A degree in what? You know?
Right.
What?
But what's crazy is they want to get all these degrees, but then I thought all these institutions were white, and it's white supremacy, and it's white this, and it's white that, but then you want the white Hebrews approval. You want the white Hebrews paper to tell you that you're somebody. Oops, sorry. Okay. I thought you weren't seeking validation from white people, but you know, you and your 85 degrees. I just, going to Harvard and Yale. And what's funny, the same niggas who say that will turn their nose up at the HBCU, but then want to be all up on the Yale and Harvard ass. But you telling about some Howard or Hampton? Oh no, I don't. No, baby, I'm Ivy League all the way. Blah, blah, blah. But you're black. But you up there kissing the boots of the goddamn Ivy League, go paying through your nose for one of their degrees. But you too good for the HBCU though. But we ain't gonna talk about that because the Boulay stay. None of the Boulay outside of Kamala has even gone to HBCUs. Most of them is Ivy League. Most of our black sophisticates are Ivy League. A lot of them are not even HBCU. So they want to.
Well, Shrek Letitia James boasts on going to Howard University, but let her boast on the fact that the FBI is about to arrest her for falsifying her primary residence on documents to get loans. Exactly what she indicted President Trump for. So this is going to be an amazing, I'm looking forward to how this plays out with Letitia James and how she plans to defend it, especially since people have gone to the address where she claimed was her primary residence to get money from the government, not from a bank, but from the government. So this is going to be interesting. God don't like ugly, and it's going to hit her in the face, and I hope it knocks her out.
I don't understand how you pick a fight with the president of the United States. You're doing the same exact thing that you're accusing him of. Like, I don't, that level of hubris and just, I don't give a F is crazy to me. Like, I would think that I would be on lookout. I know I'm doing the same thing. Let me shut my mouth.
Yeah, just lay low.
Let me go in the corner and kind of do me, get my money, and not say nothing. No, but you on front, we're going to get Trump. And you had a whole campaign behind then all of that. And the thing about, I know Tish James for a long time. I'm from Brooklyn. So I remember when Tish James was a little.
You're breaking up, Benji.
Benji is frozen.
He's frozen.
I know, because he's about to spill the tea. That's why. He done broke the internet.
You know, it's like one of them shows that have those suspense type of things. And
That's
then when
what
they
it
get
is.
to the good part, it stops and you got
It
to wait
happened to
till
us
the
last
next
week
episode.
too. It happened to us last week too.
You know,
But you know
I
who's
don't.
the smartest? Who's the smartest of all these prosecutors? Alvin Bragg. Because you haven't heard anything about his fat ass.
Nope.
Like
Nope.
he knows, look, as a black man, I need to sit my ass down and shut my
Listen,
ass up. Because
You know, it's just like Kenny Rogers said. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold
Yes,
them, know when to walk
discernment.
away, and know when to fucking run. Okay.
exactly.
And he said
Exactly.
you gotta count your blessings, so you know you don't throw all that shit Trump way, but you got a whole bunch of shit coming your way. You need to be trying to figure some shit out, because you get
Yes.
ready to find out that now you not the smartest bitch like what you thought you was. Okay, so that's what's happening to so many of them.
Period.
Well,
So we
we're
see
gonna
Benji
wait
is
for
still
Benji.
frozen.
Hopefully Benji will come back and give us the tea on Letitia James. Are you coming back in, Benji? Are you coming? We see the circle. We see the swirl.
It's loading. As long as we don't see Mike Tyson up there. As long as we don't see
Oh,
Mike
God.
Tyson.
And I definitely don't want him to miss this next clip that we're going to roll, because it is quite interesting and colorful.
Well, we're gonna wait for him to come back.
Yeah, I want
And
him to see that clip.
Luigi, you know I sent you the link, so wherever you want to get on, you know you can.
So Luigi is running for mayor, right? Or no, he's running for an office in Florida, right?
Yes, he's on Miami Beach. I think he's running for one of the commission seats.
Okay, yeah, I remember. Okay, I remember now. Well, his election is coming up. It's really soon, right?
Not sure when exactly it is. And hi, Jerome. I see you up there.
Oh, yeah, Jerome, he clashed out. When I tell you Mark Lamont Hill crashed out, let that woman who said that she uses the word nigger all the time bust him
Said
in
at
his face
CPAC.
by remaining
Said while
calm.
she was at CPAC, she was calling everybody a nigga.
I wish
she
you would
was
have called me
so
one. I went to CPAC. She see this coming. She see all this hair coming. You can't miss me. I'm like a colorful flying buttermilk when I go.
It's just like we can all be niggers. You know what I'm saying? That takes all the power away from, you know, anybody who thinks that they use that word to have power over you. I don't feel like anybody should. I think the power is gone. To be honest, the power is gone. Just like Tia, you said you have neighbors with Confederate flags in their yard.
Yes.
But they say, hey, girl, you know, we all bleed red. Respect everybody's origins and their history.
That's it.
And everybody will be fine. It's
That's
not complicated. But
You know,
listen, at the end of the day, ladies, you all know that we show up at a GOP meeting, we could count on our hand how many people in there look like us, right? Most of the time.
Yeah.
I know on my end, I could count it'd be like 3 of us in there, okay? So it ain't hard to figure out which one is Laverne, Spicer, and so on.
No.
You know the other names. Now, sometimes they do get a couple of us women confused because we may look alike. I don't know. According to them, we do. Okay. So the point is, when you in there, you know, it's all white people, but ain't nobody being disrespectful saying, hey, nigga. You know, nobody's being disrespectful. I'm not saying, hey, crackers, how y'all doing? You know, we just saying hello to each other. I don't give a fuck what flag they have in their yard. I don't give a fuck what they say in their house. I don't even give a fuck what they say in the damn room. As long as they being respectful, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. So, you know, respect is the thing, okay?
I mean, I've been called a racial slur for speaking up at a school board meeting. Me and my son were called a racial slur. By somebody sitting in the school board, I said, what? Because I don't look like everybody else that want to stand up and fight. That's why a lot of black women don't speak up, because they feel like they're not going to be heard. So don't put no type of character to anything. Just keep on being you. When you get, here's the thing, Laverne. When you get donated blood, this is what trips me out. When you get donated blood, nobody's saying, oh, excuse me, I only want college educated blood only. Excuse me. I only want Ivy League blood only. I only want Democrat blood only. You're gonna take whatever organ, whatever blood is out there, you're gonna shut your mouth. Period.
No staying alive, especially if it's a life or death situation. They don't even give a fuck if it came from a pig, as long as it's gonna keep their ass alive.
That's it. People got my pressure up.
Well, I don't know if Benji's gonna make it back, but G, roll the Megyn Kelly clip, please.
Superfine, tailoring black style, an homage to black dandyism. What's that, you ask? No one has any idea. Prepare yourself, however, for a deep dive into leftist, academic, gobbledygook, nonsensical talk, which is probably how it got chosen as the Met Gala theme. That and their desire to pander to black people. The Met says black dandyism came from the intersection of African and European style traditions, of course. What does that mean? I have no idea. But it seems to be based on a 2009 book written by a woman named Monica Miller called Slaves to Fashion, Black Dandyism and the Styling of Black Diasporic Identity. Okay, so far we have dandyism, intersection, and diasporic identity. So we're betting 1,000 on the scale of leftist code language that will make liberals sound smarter and feel superior. Ms. Miller's book provides as follows, quote, "The black dandy's style is, from the beginning, always simultaneously personal, cultural, representative of the race, and about representation, even as it evaluates norms of racialization, class privileges, gender assignments, and the rules of sexuality in ways similar to that of his European dandy brothers." All clear now? No one is. The whole point is to lose you and sound smarter than you by saying words that are totally empty and meaningless. Dandyism, for those still lost and looking for meaning, is, per the New York Times, quote, "a style of elevated dress once imposed upon enslaved people, remade by black aesthetes." What is an aesthete, you ask? Why, it's a person who has or pretends to have a special appreciation of art and beauty, like that woman who wrote the book and the people at the Met and the people who write at the New York Times, who must be really familiar with the term aesthete, A-E-S-T-H-E-T-E, because it sounds like them. In any event, aesthetes who remake all of this into a tool of social mobility and self-definition. Does anyone understand any of this any better?
So, I don't know if any of you watched the Met Gala. As someone who has dressed celebrities for the gala, who has gone to the galas, it is the heightened moment of egotism. That moment people prepare months for once or if they get an invitation. This year, the tickets ran $75,000 for the people who didn't get invited by a major designer to sit at their tables. The theme was Black Dandyism. And I don't know who, outside of Anna Wintour and her crew, would come up with the words Black Dandyism as if fashion was forced upon slaves and they had to correlate themselves with it. That's not the fact or the case. Black people have a natural style, and it's very apparent even if you look from Africa to America or any place where there are black or brown people. The style level is always elevated. It's why these major designers put the brightest colors on darker people, because it's a natural thing. And I think what Megyn Kelly was saying was, how are you exploiting black people, pretending like you care about black people, making the theme a term that's derogatory towards black people, and using words to describe it as something to make people feel stupid, as if they don't know that they should respect or love Black dandyism. And so Anna Wintour is this machine of her own. Her clock is ticking. She'll be replaced by someone, maybe Edward Enninful. He's a black man out of London who's really been very immersed in the top levels of fashion. But I thought what the theme was, I thought it was a disrespectful thing, and I found it interesting that it would take Megyn Kelly and not somebody black to come in and say, okay, this is a joke. This is disrespectful to Black people, and Black people think it's a great thing. So did anybody watch the Met Gala? Did you guys see anything from it? No?
I didn't get nothing, and I don't watch that kind of stuff, I didn't. Those costumes, them things was way out.
Well,
way
you
out.
know what? I mean, I think it has its place, because if you look at the billions and billions, the fashion industry is $1 trillion industry. So it's definitely, it has its roots and it's locked in. I used to own one of the top luxury fashion boutiques in the city of Chicago. And I was in that era when, you just had to go out. When you stepped out of the house, you had to look better than everybody. And some of that's just in my blood. But how they describe dandyism, I thought that Megyn Kelly, hit the nail on the head, because it's not a good term to describe what Black people's style is or was. And I think Megyn Kelly did a great job, because none of us still know how they described it, what any of it means. And she said, look, they're disrespecting people, pretending like they like Black people. And I wish Black people would wake up, and it shouldn't have to take Megyn Kelly to say, okay, this is stupid, this is disrespectful. And, nobody noticed it. They just wanted to be out there on the carpet, to show, hobnob and mingle. And yeah, it's a great time. I mean, it's the top of the top. There's an after party. So that's not just that outfit. You have another outfit. And this is the moment when the top designers in the world get up and display, that they can match the people that represent their brand, that are going to be out there on that carpet, that they can beat Marc Jacobs can beat Versace, or Versace can beat Thom Browne. And Thom Browne was a big hit. There were some really great looks, very tailored looks this year. And I'm going to say that because I am someone who likes to look good. I mean, and I feel competitive in those ways, but it's just me expressing myself that separates my style from everybody else. But I thought that the Met Gala, the theme was, there were some great looks out there, but I did think that the theme, whoever thought of it, definitely wasn't a Black person. But I thought it was disrespectful, and Megyn Kelly did do a great job of bringing that to light. Y'all looking at me like, okay, who cares about the Met Gala?
Listen, I'm a hobby farmer.
You're a mind reader.
Listen, I have a hobby farm. I don't watch this stuff. Like, I know this sounds kind of funny, but I don't have a TV. Why? Because everything's demonic, satanic. It's too much.
Right. I don't know. I come from, my grandparents. They're like, look, you never know who you're going to run into. So you need to always look good. There's two things that you can control when you're a woman: your manners and your weight. There are two things that are not limited when you're a woman: your femininity and taking advantage of it. So I live my life like that, which is probably why going into the fashion business was a natural thing for me, because I come from women that when they step out, you're going to know that they stepped out. And that's instilled in me. And I am going to fight every day, even in my older days. I'm going to dress up every day because I enjoy it. There's something about being a lady and putting that effort into being a lady that is very important to me. So, I mean, I know y'all might not care because you on the farm on a dirt road, but
listen. I clean up nice, and I always tell my young ladies, listen.
I'm like, I should have had your hair today.
Yes, now listen. I clean up nice, and I have eggs and stuff like that. But I have I'm launching my etiquette class down here in Florida. I have an American Manners Academy, and I think that we've gotten so far from that. So I tell my young ladies, if you're wearing boots, if you're out there working somewhere at the barn, that's fine. But when you come home, you take care of yourself. You clean under your nails. You you bring it. That's why I always want people to understand it doesn't matter where you come from. It matters where you're going.
Exactly. And wherever I'm going, I'm going to look good.
I love that though. And that's what people say. I mean, I've met Governor DeSantis, I've met Trump, I've met Byron, all these people, and they'll tell you I ain't met nobody like Tia. She's a black girl with cowboy boots and colorful hair. No matter where you see me at, you're like that one right there. How does she get her hair to match her shoes to match her? I don't know, but it's that style, not that made up mumble jumble, not that made up stuff they talk about. They got so many terms I can't keep up with it. Just say I look good, and I take pride. It's something that's genetic in us. It's just in you.
And I guess we'll end the show on it's genetic in us. Laverne, do you want to do the closing words?
Excuse me?
I said, do you want to do the closing words?
Wait, look who's back. Benji.
You missed it.
What happened?
Everything. Everything.
I had a conversation about the Met Gala, and I needed you here because they don't watch it.
Oh my God.
I think he's frozen again.
He's frozen.
He froze again.
And we can't hear him.
So go ahead, Laverne.
Okay, so what was next, Travia?
No, I said you were going to give the closing remarks.
Oh, okay. So Benji, did you have anything you wanted to say? Because I know before you started spinning out or whatever that thing is for, you got disconnected.
Yeah.
Disconnected. That you had something you wanted to say.
Oh, you know about Tish James, you mean before? Or
yes.
About the Met Gala?
Yes.
Oh, with Tish James. I said, well, yeah, I'm from Brooklyn, so I've known of her for a long time. I remember when she started in the city council, she actually cut her teeth in being in opposition to the Barclays Center. That was her big thing. She was against the Barclays Center, and they would manage to get that out because they managed to defeat her because, you know, Jay-Z's minor partnership, you own like, you know, 1.3.
I remember.
0.85%, and like some Russian billionaire owned the rest, but they sold it like Jay-Z. That's where Letitia James first started, and then she got into this whole Trump thing. I just can't believe that somebody who's accusing Trump of the same thing that she's doing is going to accuse them. And as far as the Met Gala goes, I hate that they did this whole like black dandyism, blackity black theme, and everybody looked crazy. Like nobody looked good. And I was just watching Maureen Callahan talking about the Met Gala, and like none of the big celebrities were even there. Like there were no like truly big stars. Oprah wasn't there. I didn't realize that. Oprah didn't go. Sarah Jessica Parker wasn't there, which is like she's a Met Gala staple.
Right.
You had and a lot of like just like the big celebrity. Taylor Swift wasn't there with what's his name. Beyonce wasn't there. I know she's on tour, but it just felt very like, you know.
B-list. It was B-list.
But I was, you know what's funny? I was when I was in New York Tuesday for Newsmax, me and my homegirl, the makeup artist backstage, we were talking about the fact that like the Met Gala, the correspondence dinner, and the Kentucky Derby all happened within like the last like week and a half. It's like nobody cares. Like nothing is important anymore. I think because there's just so much stuff to pay attention to, and there's so many different channels and avenues, and people are so much into their stuff, and the internet gives you so much choice now that like those big events are not big anymore because it's like so many people just ignore, or they turn woke and they piss people off. But it's just we don't have that cohesiveness as a society that we used to have, and that could be for the good or the bad depending on how you look at it. But we're very splintered off because the big events aren't even big anymore. 3 huge events that would be huge news, and it's kind of like a blip in the radar. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like I actually attended the last really good White House Correspondents' Dinner. I've done the Met, you know, and I think the era is over. It's all dead and it's all hype now. And so I just want to. Megyn Kelly actually broke down.
With the WHCD, I mean, Trump wasn't there. With the WHCD, like, Trump wasn't there. If the president is not going to be at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, it's going to be whack. Like, you can't continue to have it. If they would have had Trump there, even if they weren't so brutal and kind of made it fun and make it a back and forth, it would have been so much better. But it's like, even as much as they hate Trump, once you realize Trump isn't going to be there, it's like, why am I going? This is whack. That's why I didn't even get any of the good celebrities. The White House correspondence dinner was
I
like
just
point
sent G.
immense.
I just sent G
Nobody
a photo of the last White House Correspondents' Dinner that I
That
thought was
shit.
great.
Okay, so show the
Even when Megyn Kelly
show
was
it,
talking about, she
G.
was like, "Ew."
Benji, watch the road.
I'm pretty sure he got it. But I sent G a picture of the last White House Correspondent Dinner that was fire. Unfortunately, Obama was president, so everybody and their mama came out. But it was a good time. I'll say that. But that's the last White House Correspondents dinner that I went to, and since then it's just gone downhill. From the first year that Trump was president in 2016 and said that he wasn't going, it just destroyed any type of momentum that it had. But that was me, Kerry Washington, Rosario Dawson, Regina
So that's you
King.
with the pink on.
Yeah, that's me with the pink on. So we were on the cover of the Washington Post.
Okay.
But yeah, that was the last good Washington White House correspondence dinner, in my opinion.
Since we're here, Rosario Dawson and Cory Booker, what's up with that?
Yes, I know all about it.
I'm sure you do. Since we're here, you know.
So they're both gay. Okay, they're both gay. That's just the bottom line. They're both gay. It was a power move for Cory because he was trying to decide if he was going to run for president, which he did, and he thought having somebody like a fiance like Rosario Dawson would, check all the boxes for him. But I'm sure that they never even had sex.
Because I used to live in Newark too, and I remember people would say that about Cory Booker, and like anytime Cory Booker would want to run for something over re-election, he'd always do a press conference in front of his ghetto house in Newark, not the one he lived at, but he got
Right.
the ghetto one that he want to stand in front of, and a lot of politicians do that. They have their hood house, like I live here among the people. They didn't actually live there, but yeah, I was just noticing that, because that thing, nobody believed that for real, And I mean, you look at him, you look at Lindsey Graham, you even look at what's his name, what's the other one from South Carolina, who's very nice, Tim Scott, you know what I mean, all of them, and it's just like, come out wherever you are, it's okay, you know what I mean? Maybe for the Republicans, they may feel like it's not or whatever, but I mean, for Cory Booker, and now that he got whatchamacallit in there as the new man.
So why is it so hard? Let me ask you something. So why is it so hard for people to come out of the closet? I mean, because in today's world, it's not like we don't know they're not gay. We can see, we can see. We know when they gay as shit. So why not just come out the damn closet?
I can answer this question to y'all. It's gonna be juicy. Listen. Okay, for me, I'm a survivor of trafficking. I'm a survivor of childhood abuse. Okay, 83% of people in the LGBT community, they're survivors. I know I'm one of them. I'm in a relationship with a woman, long-term relationship. If you met my ex, you'd understand why. But that's another story for another day. But listen, nobody cares what you do as a consenting adult. Like I tell people, this hood conservatives, right? What you do in the sheets don't belong in the streets. Don't nobody care what you do as a consenting adult. Leave the kids out of it. And a lot of these politicians, they want to fake it. They want to be on the down low. Just like at the black church. You got so many pastors who are up there condemning people that are gay, but yet they going to down low, going after 14-year-old boys, going after men. We got 2 people in my county, down here, Clay County, Florida, pastors, black pastors, going after kids, registered sex offenders. Like a lot of people, they want to have their cake and eat it too and keep up appearances. And if people gonna like you, they're gonna like you for who you are. I've met so many political people. They say, you know what? You are a freedom fighting, patriot loving. You love God. You love your country. You here to save the kids. Let's do it, sis.
Right.
But these people, they're so afraid about what people gonna say about them that they commit these crimes and these desires undercover. Come out the closet. Hello, peekaboo. Hello, but they don't want to.
Fact. So you guys, I have a meeting that I got to run to. I want to thank you, Laverne. Thank you.
Don't do
Tia.
your closing,
As always,
Travian.
Benji. And all of you who tuned in today, thank you for watching. God willing, I'll see you all next week.
And follow Travian on Free Travian.
Yes.
And like her on X. She's also
on Twitter.
On Twitter and
Instagram.
Twitter and X and Instagram. She's also on Instagram, y'all. So follow her.
See you guys next week.
All right.
Okay. And Tia, Benji.
Yes.
Y'all can tell them where to find y'all at too.
All right, Benji, I'll let you go ahead if you're not frozen.
He's frozen.
Okay, he's frozen. Well, guys, if you like everything that I have to say, make sure you follow me on X. Make sure you follow me on Instagram. You can find me at Just One Mama Tia, or you can just find me at Tia Best. I'm on TikTok and I'm on YouTube. But I'm a Coco Patriot. I'm a truth teller. Follow me.
Okay.
Yep, that's
and
me.
Tia, I'm gonna invite you back because I want you to come on and talk about what we talked about on the phone. You know, because that is widely taking place in the Black community.
Yes. Yes.
So I do
would
want
love
you to talk about that. You know, and Benji is back. Benji, tell them where to find you at while you still got a few balls.
Okay. What'd you say about the Black community and Christianity?
Oh, for me on my page. Yeah, Christian lives matter. You know, right now we're under attack. You know, by so many different people that it's a spiritual battle, and it's time for us to let all these things aside, push aside politics, push aside everything that the media is distracting us about, and let's get back to basics. Christ died on that cross for everybody.
You have chickens, Tia?
Yes, ma'am. I have chickens,
I hear
goats,
them.
pigs. Yes,
those are
ma'am.
pigs?
We got a turkey around there.
Oh wow.
Thanksgiving coming.
Okay. Well, y'all, this has been a great show for today. Anybody got anything else to say, Benji?
Yes. Follow me, Ben Derby, on everything. Catch me on Newsmax Tuesdays at 5 with my homie Carl Higby. And, definitely follow my Instagram. That's where all the foolishness goes down. I have new stories up of my garden. I'm, big on the gardening and the plants and things. And got on I don't got chickens or nothing. I'm in Philly. I can't have the full farm, but I do grow my little plants and veggies, stuff like that. So make sure to follow me on social media. And of course, it's always lovely to be with you, Vern. I love you. Love Trevi. Tia, nice meeting you for the first time. I'll follow you on other things as well. Yes.
And Benji, I'm originally from Philadelphia. That's where I was born at. So we got to connect because Yes.
Okay, I'm in West Philly right now dealing with the crackheads. I just had a whole story because I put my garden out when I first moved in my neighborhood because I live in the hood, obviously. Moved to my neighborhood, there were flower pots on the street and they had like all types of garbage and whatnot, and I cleaned them out and I put new stuff in it, put plants in it last year. I had to fight the crackheads. They were stealing flowers and all types of foolishness I had to deal with last year. But this year, I had to crash out a couple of times. But this year, they know I mean business. I'm not playing. So we're having much more cooperation this year from the neighbors in the neighborhood. But I just believe in, why does Center City and the quote unquote white areas have to be the place with nice flowers? Why can't we have nice flowers where we live? And I also feel like for a crime deterrent and things like that, when they see that,
because somebody come through there and tear them motherfuckers up, you know how destructive certain people are.
Yeah,
they have no regard for people's shit.
But I stand guard for my shit, and because I've been out there and I've talked to people, I know all the crackheads now. Now this year is not a problem, but you have to let them know that you mean business.
Well, the crackheads got to know you not to fuck with your shit. They got to know you.
Yeah, they got to know that. Yeah, they got to know that. So because I believe in this, if we have a block with flowers on it, the criminals are gonna know, don't fuck with this block because people care on this block. Somebody gives a damn on this block. Somebody cares their houses look good and don't look good. So that's the whole thing. So I've done my block and now I adopted the next block. You know what I mean? So I want to make this so that when you come down my street, we're an oasis. So okay, we're not playing. So I've got my neighbors together. They're very supportive. I have one neighbor that gives me water for the plants and everything like that. And we all stand out and look out for each other. But it just started that. It's just me being able to take that initiative and just making my neighborhood better. And I think that we all should do that. It's a shame. Like I shouldn't have to move
Hold
out
on,
the
Laverne.
hood to live decent. I choose to be in the hood because it's cheap. Why do I want to go downtown and be paying $3,000 for some little box when I could be saving money living right amongst my own, black folks in the hood, going to Chinese restaurant, getting my haircut, doing all the normal things that I do? Why is it that every time a black person gets successful, we got to go out to Shady Acres somewhere? We got to go a million miles away. And as much as people call me a coon, all the people that call me a coon, y'all the ones, especially the ones in media, y'all live in Shady Acres somewhere with the white folks. I live in the actual hood amongst black people every single day and do things to my neighborhood every single day. Do you do that? No. But you got the nerve to call somebody cool.
No.
You know what I mean? So I say for those of us who are black, I feel like black conservatives, where we are, and you do a really good job of this, Laverne, is being an example right where we are. We don't have to go to Shady Acres. We don't have to move somewhere around a million miles away. Be the example that we want to see right where we are. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna let anybody run me out of my neighborhood. I'm definitely not anybody running me nowhere, but I could be paying all this money when I could live cheap and save my money and stay right here in the hood where I belong. Fuck out of here. I'm not trying to go nowhere. You're not running me
That's
over
why
there because I'm conservative.
That's why they say don't forget where you come from. Like
exactly,
Benji, my
because
goal.
I had to take your ass back there. And Benji, let me just say something. That's the reason, one of the reasons why I did this podcast, to give conservatives another voice, and then also a hood spin on it, to let them know that it's people out here, been there, done that, but this is how we feel about it, because
and we just
one
like
thing
you.
as a black conservative, that once you decided to put it on out there on X, like most of them, you got called all the names and shit.
All the names. Listen.
All the names. The
Auntie Tommy.
Y'all know the
Auntie
Coons,
Tammy.
Uncle Tom, all other names.
Yes.
All the names.
The
and now
coon with the cane, all the
with the canes, the Uncle Toms, all of that. And some kind of way now I'm a white supremacist.
Yeah, it's been called that. Guys, I love chatting with y'all. Laverne, Benji, this is for you. So I grow my own. And that's long term, that's a goal I want to bring to our community. I want to bring down inner city kids from my neighborhood in Philadelphia so they can learn how to farm, so they can learn how to raise their own chickens, each one teach one.
Let me tell you something. If you come to any part of Miami, you don't even have to bring your own chickens, because the chickens are already there and they waiting on you to show up, baby.
Okay, let's go.
These damn chickens so smart, y'all. And hey, Omarosa, Nora, thank y'all for coming on. Glad to see you out there, Omarosa. I saw you was on another show, but I figured you would be joining us sooner or later. And anytime you and Nora want to come on stage, please let me know. And Jerome, the same thing for you. Let me tell you how smart these damn chickens are, right? So when we do our lines at the food bank, we have one for the people in their wheelchairs. We have a line for the seniors. We have a line for everybody else. The other day, when I came outside to get my line started, the damn chickens had their own line on the other thing. So next time, that's like, it was like, when I came inside, it was like, Miss Laverne, the chickens out there, and they in line too, So what I'm going to do the next time I see them damn chickens out there lined up, I'm going to do a video and record it and put it out there so they can see the chicken actually in line. I guess they say, damn, everybody else in line, they giving them food, let us get in line too. Maybe they'll give us food. So, that just goes to show the intelligence of some of these animals. And let me tell you something. It's a senior building across the street, right? So they feed the chickens over there. So the chickens are always between the senior building and the bank, right? So this man, he had got in his car and he left. He was driving out the driveway. The damn chickens was following right behind him. And I said, you know what? It's so obvious that he's been feeding them. And they're like, okay, when you leave, we gonna show you some love. We going out too. So they was following behind him, and then after a while, they turned around and came back. So a lot of animals are so intelligent. It's just Unbelievable.
Yeah, I would see them when I used to live in Little Haiti before I went to Miami.
Oh, you used to stay in Little Haiti?
Yeah, when I first moved to, because I lived in Miami twice.
Because you know I'm right there. I'm right there with in between Little Haiti and the Poking Beans. Right there.
What on 60 is right off of 67, right off of MLK. I used to stay on this is like back in like 2013. I used to stay on Northwest 60th in Miami, right there. And they used to so many chickens.
That's right up the street from me.
And the Haitians have the Juve every Friday night. I don't know if they still have it, but they used to have a little
Yes, they probably do.
And whatever every Friday
and you
night.
know all of those chickens around there. They got chickens galore around in that area.
They be using them too. They be using them too. So Lord knows they do. God bless them chickens. There's a whole bunch of them. I miss the Miami chickens.
Yeah, Benji, chickens in that community are multi-purpose.
Okay, exactly. Food and spiritual. Use every part of the chicken.
That part right there. And I'm sure, you know, when they talking about, you know, them cats that got missing, I'm sure that was food and spiritual as well.
Yeah, and I love cats. Yeah.
Food and spiritual.
Yeah.
But anyway, people, listen, we thank you so much for joining the show today. Please come up and visit us next week, same place, same time, right here on the Hood Conservative Podcast, every Thursday at 3. Listen, Amarosa, you are always welcome to come to the food bank to visit as well as volunteer. Come right here in the hood, baby, because guess what? We need all the help that we could get right here. As a matter of fact, if anybody's watching that would like to help us, please reach out to me at Laverne Spicer, and you can always inbox me on the platform X, and yes, I will answer you back. Trust and believe that I will answer you back, because you know, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. We have a lot of elderly people that are in their 80s and 90s that come here that really need the help. And you know, our community is very mixed. Benji, I came to Miami like in, I think like 85, 84, 85, like that. And you know, during that time it was all black. It was all black community, 100% African American.
That's the Overtown.
But now our community is at least 85%, 85% Hispanics. So it's mostly yes, it's no longer, you know, just the black community. It's Hispanics, blacks, and it's such a mixture. It's a melting pot of people, especially with all the illegal populations that are here. And we have a lot of people from Russia, Ukraine, Colombia, you know, Nicaragua, and all of these countries from around the globe are right here in South Florida.
Yeah.
So, you know, we basically we help everybody. For people that come and are very respectful. Respectful is the key. You know, don't act like you ain't never seen food before. We are here to help you, but please be respectful. You know, a lot of times people don't understand the amount of work that goes in behind the scene, because my people are here at 4:00 in the morning signing people up. And the ones that are outside are in their 80s. I have a lady that's, I think Miss Jenkins about 84, 85, and she's there like 4:00 in the morning, along with some more ladies to help sign people in. And then we start at 11, usually 11 on the dot. But if it gets very, very busy, we might not start to 11:30, because we have to get the food outside. And of course, it takes muscle power, manpower, and everything else. And shout out to the staff and everybody, Felicia, Laverne, Holiday, Ivana, if y'all are watching, let me see in the comments, since y'all fuckers claim y'all be watching. Let me see in the comments if y'all are watching. And Mr. Spicer, I know you probably watching anyway. And you know, I have to say a special thank you to my husband, because he's up at 4:00 in the morning working, making sure that, you know, the warehouse is on point, and that, you know, he's helping people prepare for that day by moving, loading, unloading, making sure the old ladies outside are safe. and everything else, because like I said, they out there for a day in the morning. So he always makes sure that he checks on them and that everything else is running very well. So, we're grateful to God for all the opportunities that he give us to be a blessing to people in their life, especially in this day of time when people really need the help. People really need the help, because as much as we see that the illegals are getting so much in subsidies and everything else, they're getting, some of them getting like $3,000 a month, some getting 17,000 in cash assistance. Some places they may even be getting 5,000 in cash assistance. But when you see Americans that have worked all of their life and they have disability, look how long it take for those people to even qualify to get their disability check. And most of the time, this is something that they have worked for and paid their way into the tax system, and they still can't get their damn benefits.
They make doing for Americans almost like it's a curse word. Like they can throw all this money out to illegals. They got, again, that Maryland senator flew all the way to El Salvador to have dinner with the daggone illegal. But God forbid you want to give something to, the American people. That's, oh, you're lazy. That's it. That's
you lazy and you don't want to work.
Right. And that's kind of where I differ from a lot of conservatives, in that a lot of them just think that I'm not necessarily against giving things to Americans that are American citizens. But for those of us who are out here wanting, free healthcare and all that, you can't do that with an open border. And that's the part where this is why I think the Democrats fool a lot of people, because you have all these people on the left who are like, we want free healthcare, and all the Bernie people, we want free this and free that and free that and whatever. And my thing is like, I don't necessarily think that's the worst of it. I'm necessarily against that per se, off of just a thing, but that's never gonna happen with an open border. So you can't let everybody in, but then we want free stuff. You gotta pick.
No, let everybody in, but give them free benefits, and they don't complain about it. But the people that really need the help, that have all type of disabilities,
Americans
that are disabled, in wheelchairs, on walkers, catch hell trying to get any help. And then the sad part is that a lot of these seniors receive $60 in total income. Total fucking income, $60, $70 a month. I don't even know how they pay their light bill with that type of money. And these people don't even complain about it. They don't complain because they found a way to be content with whatever it is that they have, right? But we go to these senior buildings and we take the food there, and we'll stay there with them to make sure that they get the food, clothing, personal care items, whatever it is that we can do for them to help them. We stay there and make sure that these people receive this type of assistance, right? But you never know what goes on behind closed doors. And that's why I have always heard people from the fire department say, hey, when a lot of times with seniors, when they have emergency and they call the fire departments, they go in there, they see dog food, but they don't see a dog. Because these people are eating dog food. They're eating cat food. They're eating whatever it takes for them to survive these days. But I want you to know that we are here for you right here at Curly's house. You can come. You can get your food. If you need more help, you can ask us. My staff will gladly help you, including myself, because I'm not in here sitting on a pillow and shit and being comfortable. I'm working also to make sure that the people in the community, and by community I'm talking about Miami-Dade County. I'm not just talking about in the black neighborhood, because there ain't no damn black neighborhoods. There are no black neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are mixed. They are mixed, but the senior buildings are predominantly Cuban. Okay, it's very few. It's like a handful of black people that actually stay in these buildings in this neighborhood. So this neighborhood is predominantly Cuban. Okay, so for us, we don't care. When the people come, we're gonna feed them regardless. And I just want anybody that's watching to know that they can help us if they want to donate food. I mean, if you want to donate pallets of food, if you want to send donations of food from Amazon, we don't care where you get it from. During Thanksgiving, sometimes people purchase pallets of food for us, and we don't even know where all those pallets of turkeys come from. But we've been able to give away 3,000 and 4,000 turkeys during Thanksgiving, and we want to be able to continue doing that. But we don't know what it's going to look like this year in terms of funding with so many budget cuts and budget strength, strongholds and stuff. We don't know what it's going to look like. Because we know, I said it last week, I'm going to say it again. We know that emergency food and shelter grant got cut. That was a major grant that many of us depended upon for extra funding, because you got to be able to have funding sources coming in order to run your program. You got to pay the rent. You got your light bill. You got your Comcast. And all this stuff is extremely expensive. Our Comcast bill now is at $500. I don't even know why, but I will be calling you Comcast today. Trust and believe that. I will be calling y'all. Okay. So, people,
Now
I'm saying this
grant,
to
is
say,
that a state grant or a federal grant?
I think that it's a federal grant because they did get cut. That's a federal grant. They did get cut. But a lot of organizations receive funds from them, even if it's $5,000 or $10,000, it's better than nothing, because every little bit helps to keep your doors open. So I'm saying that to say, people, you might not operate a program, but be mindful of the senior and elderly population. Be mindful of those that are handicapped, they have autistic kids. Some kids may have cancer. Kids have all type of issues these days that we never seen before. So be mindful of these people and think about somebody besides yourself. So if you see somebody that needs,
can G put the Cash App? Can G put the Cash App up?
Can you put up the Cash App in our website information so that people that want to help can? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, there he put up the Cash App for Curly's house. He just put up the Q code. So if you want to take a picture of that Q code right there, you can also Cash App us right there. With that Q code. Let me see if it's working. I don't know if it's working. Yeah, it's working. Yes. You could do that app right there with your camera. Just put it up to that app and it will pick it up, and then you press the little yellow button in case you don't know how to use it. That's how you Cash App it. You can send funds on Cash App. It doesn't matter. Somebody even sent a card, a McDonald's card. I think it had about $30 on it. I don't know who sent it, but thank you very much, because we would take cards like that and give it to the seniors. So if you want to send a gift card, that's okay too. It doesn't matter.
So do you guys just do you prepare food, or is it canned food, or is it both?
Okay, what we do, Benji, is that we give out box food, but we allow the people to come and pick out what they want. I don't want to box up something and give people stuff that they don't want. So we have carts set out, and I think it's on the video. G, you have that video that show how we do our food distribution, because on that video you will see the carts, and the people can go to the carts and pick out what they want. Hi, I'm Laverne Spicer, and I'm asking for your support today. Thousands of Americans struggle to get food, and they wonder where their next meal is going to come from. But I'm here, been working with them for over 25 years to provide food to people that need it the most, right here at our community food bank. So today, I'm asking you for your support. Please provide a contribution to help make a real difference in our community and to help us feed people. And you can do it right here. Donate today on Cash App, and you will see the link above. Okay, that's the link. And there you see how we do it. We have shopping carts. They have fruits and vegetables. We have a mixture of sorted items. And we also have meats in the shopping cart that are frozen.
Okay.
They're not refrigerated, they are frozen. And they can go through and pick out what it is that they would like. Right now, it's a lot of construction taking place around here. And it's construction taking place all over Miami. So these streets are like really blocked up right now. So we are using the parking lot across the street.
Okay.
To do our distribution, which
And
is really great.
It's every Tuesday and Thursday, right? Was it?
Every Tuesday and Thursday. And with the distribution starts at 11 o'clock. But you need to be here early to register, to get you a number. Come and get you a number. And when we start with my line, we always call the numbers. Okay. And the other line is basically for the seniors. And like I said, we have one for the people in wheelchairs and walkers and scooter bikes or whatever them things is. And we also have a line for the homeless people that don't want the food that's in the shopping carts. They just want something that they can eat right now. So we make special bags for them. And we also have people that come, that cook, that want to give out meals. They give out meals sometime. Or we may do something ourselves. We may do something simple just so the people can have food to eat. We also had Mr. Rice. He used to cook. He would come every day and serve the people as well. So people show up, they want to volunteer.
I love that. I love that you have food because, like, even my neighborhood, someone, crackheads, whatever. A lot of times I'll get in conversations with them, and it's like you want to help them, but it's like you don't want to give them money because you already know where that money finna go to. You know what I mean? You know where that money about to go, but you do want them to have something to eat. You don't want to see people starving. You know what I mean? But it's like you don't want to give them cash either. So I like that there are programs like this. And there's a few in Philly, too, in my neighborhood as well, that do the food, give out. Because at the end of the day, a lot of times people who are, homeless, a lot of times people who are under addiction, they walk in the streets all night trying to get whatever they can get to keep that addiction going. Many times not even.
Of course. They up at night. They up at night. You see them at the stoplights. You see them on the corner. Yeah. They doing their thing at night. That's what they do. Crackheads come to life at night. That's what they do. Yeah, so, we don't get them boxes because if you get them boxes of food, they're going to leave it out there on the bus stop. They're going to leave it at the bank parking lots. They're going to leave it everywhere that's around here. So we don't do that because we don't want that stuff left in that parking lot that's next door. You understand? So that's why we give people stuff that they want. Because if you give them stuff that they want, then they're not going to throw it away. They're not going to leave it on the bus stop. They're going to take that home and they're going to eat it. But if they come to a place and everything is pre-packed for them, then they're going to take that stuff out and they're going to leave it everywhere that they go. So, we always try to work with them and try to accommodate them with their needs. That's what we do. So, that's what it's all about. Like I said, helping and reaching and doing what you do, making it happen. Because at the end of the day, we all need each other. So let's stop that division. It doesn't matter what damn color you are. We don't care about color on this end. We got all different nationalities here. All different nationalities here. And shout out to them Zoe mummies, because them girls are strong. They're like 80 and 90 years old. And if you get them a 30 or 40 pound bag of rice, they're going to lift that thing up and put it right on top of their head with 2 more bags of rice and eat. And they out of there.
By Zoe, you mean Haitian?
Yes.
By Zoe, you mean Haitian? Yeah.
Yes.
Everybody ain't going to know that.
Okay. So we call them the Zoe mummies.
Yeah,
so, of course, in Little Haiti, you had them Zoe mummies, and I'm sure you saw them walking down the street, the way they could balance that stuff on top of their head. And these people are 80, 90 years old. I'm like, where do they get all that strength from? It's just
amazing. You have to be active. You have to keep with anything else. That's why it's very important as you age to exercise, because you lose muscle mass if you don't exercise. You don't use it, you lose it. That's why you select them. Did you see the old man who's like 100 years old that was in the gym? And they was like, how is he doing that? Because he never stopped doing it. If you never stop exercising, you'll never lose the muscle. And that's really what the key is. And a lot of times as we get older, we tend to get sedentary and we just sit around and we have our little office job. And,
but you gotta exercise. You gotta keep your body moving, you know. Yeah. Like one in particular, I always say, well, Laverne, I'm 70 years old. Yeah, but you need to move. You gotta move your body. You can't just sit in one spot and become inactive, and then you wonder why your body is hurting. You have to stretch those muscles. You gotta move those bones.
It keeps like cancers away and stuff like that. I'm very sensitive about that because I just seen my mother, die of cancer 2 years ago. And it's like, and now as I get older, I think about all the things that I could do to, avoid that and, lengthen my life and the type of, the steps I could take. Because it's really all about being healthy when you're young and continuing those habits. Because if you can start now, for I tell young people, I'm 41 now, so even in my 40s, I stopped going to the gym. I got so busy, I didn't go to the gym for like almost a year, and I'm like, oh no, I done let a whole year pass. I got to get back in shape. I got to get back on it because you ain't getting no younger, and it's not going to get any easier the older you get. So anybody I was out there, I don't care what age you are, walk a little extra, take the stairs a little bit, do a little something extra just to move your body, because that's just going to keep you in the long run. Because everybody has cancer. We all have cancer. Because all cancer starts at is just bad cells in the body or badly formed cells. But your white blood cells kill cancer every day. We all have cancer. It's just a matter of whether those cells get to multiply and become a thing. But we all have what the root of cancer inside of us every day that we have to our white blood cells kill. So you want to have things and eat things and drink things that help with that process.
Okay, well, now we come to the close of the day, and it's just me and Benji up here. So Benji, tell them how they can reach you. Did you do that already?
I did, but for those who may have just popped in, Ben Jerby on everything. Catch me on Newsmax every Tuesday at 5 with my homie Carl Higby, and Instagram, TikTok, X, all that stuff is Ben Jerby.
Okay, and y'all,
he's probably on IG.
Okay, yeah, that's Instagram. And of course, Twitter is now X. So anyway, I am Laverne Spicer. Thank you all for joining me here today. And I'm glad I didn't have any racist comments in the box, so I could maintain my very good that. Okay. So like I said, thank you everybody for joining us.
Hill scared all the racists away. Mark Lamont Hill scared all the racists away for us. He scared them away. He yelled at him. He chipped out. He crashed out.
Oh, really? Well, I took care of all of the rest that was left from him that was in my inbox. I took good care of them. And also on Jake Lang's show, I let them know exactly how I felt about it because, that wasn't working. That was not working. So anyway, y'all have a great day. The rest of your day, be mindful. Think about somebody else besides yourself and how you can help people, because that's where your real blessings come from. Also, y'all, let's keep President Trump in prayer because he's the president. He doesn't have an easy job, and everything and it's nothing that he can do that's right with the left. They don't give a damn if it is a good idea. They gonna criticize the shit out of it just because it's him. When Obama got rid of the illegals, the motherfuckers didn't say shit. But now because President Trump is deporting the motherfuckers, then he's getting a whole lot of backlash, okay? When whatever Biden did, they didn't say shit. When he sniffed the kids' hair, they ain't saying shit. Whatever Biden did, he could never do no wrong. His old falling down the plane ass could never do nothing wrong whatsoever. But everything that President Trump do, he only been in office for little over 100 days. And they gonna criticize him all the way through the whole term. And I can say it's because of Trump that a lot of us woke up. We stopped believing that shit that the news was telling us. We found out the majority of that shit was lies. And I think Malcolm X said it best. It's nothing worse than that white liberal. That is a pure enemy right there. Those liberals are the worst type of worse than cancer. That's what they are. They're really worse. And the worst thing they hate to see is a black person that's an independent thinker that can articulate their thoughts and can think on their own. They hate that shit because they had us brainwashed for so many fucking years. And now that people are finally waking up to the truth, they don't like that shit. They hate it with a passion. But it's our job to keep waking people up. And Christians, it's your job to stand up for God, be a man or a woman for God, and don't be afraid. Do not be afraid. Now's not the time to fall short, to get nervous, worrying about what your neighbor's gonna feel about what you got to say. Speak, say what the fuck you gotta say. It don't matter. You don't stay in your motherfucking neighbor's house. So why the fuck you worrying about how they gonna feel about you? All that shit don't matter. It does not matter the least little bit. It's the time to stand and fight for this country. We finally in the White House. We got Trump. He's pushing the American first agenda. And that's a great thing because we should take pride in our country the same way that other countries take pride in their country as well. You think them Arabs gonna be over there in their country talking about, oh, I hate Allah? Do you think the Arabs are going to say that? Hell no, they not. They're not going to say that. Do you think Arabs are going to say they hate their country? No, they're not. They're not going to do it. And that's the same thing with people here. If you hate this country so much, you should get the fuck up. You know, just follow the crowd. Follow ugly, manly ass looking Rosie O'Donnell that got her little little boy looking ass the fuck on up out of here. Just get the fuck on with them because we love this country. And I'm glad that we finally have somebody in office that's fighting for we, the American people, because we, the people, should come first. We are the voters. We are the ones, the population that is supporting our elected officials. So our elected officials, they work for us. They work for us. That's why if you don't like something that they're doing, stop fucking complaining. Write them bitches. Call them. They got numbers. Okay? Google gonna tell you whatever the fuck you want to know. Go to Google. Google. What is Mayor Brandon's number? You call his office. Let them know that you do not appreciate the fact that he is putting the illegals before his voting base constituents. Let them know, okay? Write letters. Call those numbers. Fight back. Do not become complacent, people. Do not stop being complacent. We got to fight. If we fought like hell against Margaret Sanger, then that motherfucker wouldn't have been able to take prayer out of school. How in the hell did one motherfucker do that in the first motherfucking place? How was that lady able to do that? Now we are seeing the rippling effects. We're seeing the effects. Kids no longer have respect for adults. If they don't have respect for the adults, then you go into classrooms, it's always a problem. Your kids are in public school, they ain't learning a motherfucking thing. Because if they was, when they graduate, why is it that elementary kids in high school, I'm going to say it again, can't even spell fucking cat? So what the fuck are they doing in school if they're not learning? So that's why you have your Congressman Burgess Owens is doing a new initiative for school choice. He's doing a new initiative for school choice because kids deserve a great education. Kids deserve a great start in fucking life. And you know, when you look at countries like Japan, they're really educating their kids there. Okay, I got it. They're teaching their kids there. They're teaching their kids mathematics. You know, they're educating their kids on a whole nother level. On a whole nother level. Their kids can read, their kids can write. Our kids, they had to take cursive writing out of the schools because the motherfucking kids can't write no motherfucking more. Okay? So what are we doing as people? Are we dumbing down our kids? Is that what we're doing? Because as a young lady, when I was in elementary school, your parents stayed there with you. They made sure you knew how to read and write. When you got out of school, when I got out of school, I had to sit there with my dad. He had his books, and he helped me with my homework. Or my mom, she helped me with my homework. But when our kids come home from school these days, what's the first thing they want to do? Y'all tell me in the comments, what's the first thing that they want to do? They want to go play them video games. They want to get their tablets and do whatever it is they do with those tablets and things, you know. They want to play all of those little video games, you know. I don't know the name of them damn things, but I know they like them, right? So, well, she said scroll, okay, whatever they're called, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. That's what the kids are doing. So you got to spend that time, that extra time, put in that time with those kids to make sure that, they TikToking. They know how to TikTok. They know how to do the fuck out of TikTok. You right. Because I have seen them out, them little ones about 3 and 4 years old could get their mom phone, set that thing on the floor, and they know how to go to TikTok, baby, and they do their thing. Okay. But if they smart enough to do that, y'all, they smart enough to learn basic education. Okay. But you have to spend that time with them, and you have to instill that in them. You got to instill that into your kids because they're learning everything else but that, you know. And no kid that's a child should be going to school worrying about no damn gender ideology bullshit. Okay. If you're a girl, you're a fucking girl. If you're a boy, that's it. That's it. It ain't no, is you a girl or you a fucking boy? Boys do not have menstrual motherfucking cycles. Okay. I don't give a fuck what your government has told you. Boys do not have a fucking menstrual cycle. They do not. And tampon Timmy is a motherfucking liar. Okay, so I don't know why in the fuck he had nothing to put them damn tampons in no kids' fucking bathroom for, not unless he just wanted them for his motherfucking self. Okay, he probably wear a damn tampon, but other than that, why would they need a tampon in the boys' bathroom? It's just, you know, this shit these days just don't make no sense. Whatever happened to common logics? Whatever happened to common sense? You know? And then we also have what's the name of them birth control trucks in the Black Planned Parenthood in the Black community. That's another thing. You know, Planned Parenthood has killed millions and millions of Black baby. I think it's like over 30 some million, maybe more than that. And I could be wrong on the exact numbers of Black kids that have been aborted. This is murder, y'all. This is just straight up murder, you know? And that's what it is. But they're only in the Black community. And I'm going to tell you, you could go, I don't want to even tell you the reason why, but you could go and Google it for your damn self to find out why it's all this murder taking place in the Black community. Would other communities condone that type of thing? If it was in the white community, would they condone that Planned Parenthood thing, because they're not helping them to plan no damn parenthood. They don't have no system in place to be supported for these young mothers that may be thinking about keeping their baby. They don't have nothing in place for that. Sorry about that, y'all. That's my phone ringing. But anyway, they don't have any type of anything in place. So what is it really a Planned Parenthood? Or is it a planned deception? There you go, Amorosa. It's not a Planned Parenthood. It is a planned deception, because that's what they are doing. They are deceiving the young Black mothers that feel trapped and don't have a way out. Okay, they just feel like they don't have help. Nobody is there to help them. They don't know what to do. So they go to Planned Parenthood and they talk them into having an abortion. And it's just that simple. So it's not Planned Parenthood, it's planned deception. Okay. So we have a lot of things that's taking place in our society these days that should not be allowed. And I am glad that Trump banned trans people from the military, because they only wanted to go to the military so they would be able to have that gender surgery. Okay. That's the only reason. But we don't need them in the military. We don't need them there. We don't need them there, just like we don't need men in the women's bathroom. We don't need that neither. So I'm glad he's putting a stop to that, even though we have the left that is still fighting that. But, at least we have leadership in power that supports women's rights. And that's a very important thing. Any women out there glad? Are there any women out there in what you would call it, listening, that are glad that, Trump is supporting women's sports? We don't need men in women's sports. At the end of the day, you're still a damn man. You're not a fucking woman. There's a difference, okay? There's a big difference. So men should be in men's sports. Go back, Mr. Wannabe lady, to the men's sports, okay? You need to exit the building and go participate with the men. We know you probably gonna come in last place and you're gonna be a little upset about that shit, but that's okay too, because guess what? You'll get the fuck up over it. You'll get the fuck over it, okay? Now, and I'm glad to see that we don't have to worry anymore about men participating in women's beauty pageant. Okay. So if you got a hairy chest with a whole fucking beard and you don't went and bought you a damn dress and a pair of heels, and then you get ready to get into the women's sports. Okay. You get ready to get into the women's beauty pageant, and they've been letting your big ass win. Okay. So now it's time out for that shit. And then they had the nerve to put up there, oh, I guess y'all won't never figure out which one is the man. Really? He's standing up there looking like a whole Fred Flintstone with a beard and this little bitty ass dress on. And you had all these beautiful women around him. All of these beautiful women that lost to this big old Fred Flintstone, hairy leg, hairy chest, bearded man. And that was a real insult. All of them should have protested the hell out of that, the way that Riley Gaines would have protested the hell out of men in women's sports. So hopefully, I'm just hoping that Trump will restore some dignity back to this country, as well as sanity back to this country. Because really, these people have lost their little bit of mindset, their little bit of brains that they did have. They don't lost that shit. So I'm hoping that Trump will restore all of that back, and I'm hoping that he'll continue to deport motherfuckers from that are gang members that don't need to be here. I hope he deport all the motherfuckers up out of here. Okay. And so far as Alcatraz, what y'all feel about Alcatraz? Leave it over there in the comments. I can see, because I feel like Alcatraz may be needed, and it's a certain group of people that should be there. Pedophiles that are proven to be pedophiles, that people that have killed innocent babies, innocent children for no reason, that did not deserve to die, they should be in Alcatraz. Those are the ones that should be in Alcatraz, okay? Those are the ones that should be actually deported to El Salvador and anywhere else that they want to send their ass. They need to send their ass there, because they should not be allowed in among society, especially if they killed or hurt innocent kids. That should not be allowed here, people. So we have a lot of work to do in this country. And G, you let me know when you're ready. G, just give me just let me know when you're ready, G. But anyway, people that have murder kids, they should not be here. They should not. And I think Alcatraz is a beautiful place for them to go. You know, it's a beautiful place for them to go. They do not deserve to be among society. Oh, I see Weeping Willow says, okay, I see Alcatraz said, yes. Okay, that's great. I see Alcatraz says yes. Okay. And that other comment, I'm just gonna maintain like I didn't even see that shit and keep on talking. So anyway, y'all, like I said, we have a lot of work, but it's time for people to step up. And I believe why a lot of this insanity took place in the first place is because a lot of people are so afraid to fight back. We as people, we have to push back, y'all. It's just got to be a time in your life when you say, hey, I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm just sick and tired of the bullshit. Because that's how I got into politics in the first motherfucking place. I cannot understand how all these motherfuckers they got the urge all of a sudden to help people. But the motherfuckers they want to help are the ones that have not paid into the system. Okay? What about our veterans? Our vets deserve the best, y'all. These people put their life on the line for us. They deserve the best. They deserve a special shout out. They deserve a special salute. Our veterans deserve the best. But instead, when they come back to this country, they don't really deprogram them. A lot of them have been through really bad mental situations over there, whether in those other countries that they have encountered. And sometimes they just need that extra help. Okay. So we need to see a system, especially with the VA helping them, making sure that these people get all the help that they truly need. It is so important for them to get all the help that they need. And what about our fellow Americans that are in North Carolina, in the western part? We can't forget them. Many of them lost their homes. They lost their livelihood. They lost everything that their family has worked for all of these years. Will they ever recover? Will they ever rebuild? I'm hoping that the Trump administration will go and help these people in the western part of North Carolina. I'm hoping they will help them build those roads back. And I know that after the storm, Trump and Ivana and other family members did take supplies to these countries to help these people, basically out of their own budgets or out of their own pockets. But I'm hoping that, for those people that got them little $700 from FEMA, which really was a fucking joke. Y'all giving Americans $700 fucking dollars while we watch y'all roll out the red carpet for fucking illegals. That's a big motherfucking joke, people. That's a big joke. Okay. So I'm hoping that the Trump administration will go in there and help these people rebuild their life, rebuild Western North Carolina, and help them get back on track, as well as California with the people that lost their homes. Y'all, come on. Y'all saw those fires burning. Y'all saw that shit. That was like, hell just every damn where. Just think about you driving down the road and it's a fucking fire that break out on both sides of the road, and you have to jump out of the car and run for your damn life. You know, and just imagine experiencing anything like that. So those are people that we have to keep in prayer, and hopefully those people will be able to rebuild, as well as Hawaii. The same thing. Look at all those people that their homes broke down. I mean, burnt down, not broke down, burnt down. So many of these people still recovering. So prayers up for them as well, that the administration that's in power will help them as well. So we cannot forget our fellow Americans. That's all I'm saying. Even though it's over, but it's still not over for them, because they still have not recovered from their loss. Babe, give me one of them. Yeah, that's my husband. Thank you, babe. I sure do need that. Baby, look at this comment. Yeah, this my husband, Mr. Spicer.
There you go.
Y'all don't see him. Look at this. So that's my husband. Hey, all right. You looking like Vimo, the way Vimo was what's his name? The hero in the black Venom?
Venom.
Yeah, you looking like Venom in the little black costume.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, it's how they said Mr. Spicer in the house. Hey y'all, he come and he pops back out. So anyway, we got to continue to fight. And I think that we need to focus. Trump has only been in office for 100 days. He needs our support. This is not the time for division. We got to give this man a fighting chance. I think we need to really support him. And, Rome wasn't built in a day. So it's going to take time, because he has a lot on his plate with a lot of fucked up shit that Biden did. He got a lot of fucked up things that the other Democrats have done as well. And remember, he's fighting against the Democrats. He's fighting against the rhinos. He's fighting against the judges. He's fighting against the news media. The news media, and it's just amazing. You now have judges that are protesting the fact that he is working on deporting the illegals. You have a lot of judges that are protesting that. They didn't have shit to say about the rest of this stuff, but they are fighting him on the illegals. And a lot of the ones that he started to deport are gang members. So why is it that they want to keep the gang members here? Anybody know that? Know the answer? Omarosa, you funny girl. So anyway, why are they fighting to keep the gang members here? We got enough shit going on in this country with our own people. Why are we importing somebody else's bullshit? Why we the people can't come together to make the best out of what's left of this country? What is left of this country, people? Okay? It's time for us to stand up Not the time to be afraid. I saw that comment, G. I saw that comment. Listen, it's time for us to stand up and not be afraid, you know, because so many people used to inbox me and they would say, Laverne, I'm so afraid. I want to speak out, but I don't know what my neighbors may say about me, uh, or how people may feel about me if I say what I say. But guess what? Fuck what they feel about you. You think I give a fuck what somebody think or feel about me? They ain't really never liked me anyway. So what the fuck do it I care? I don't care if nobody don't fucking like me. I don't care if my friends get mad because of something that I said on my podcast. I don't give a fuck. And if they my friend, they already know I don't give a fuck. Okay? They know that. And they know exactly what they expect when they say some shit I don't like. I'm gonna make sure that they know that. But in today's world, and I don't have the clip because I didn't send G any clips. So G, you just let me know. But I'm gonna talk about this too, y'all. I wish I could take a little break, but everybody gone, so now by myself. But I do want to talk about this, y'all. Okay, it was a situation, right? This girl was pregnant. And hold on, let me send him. Okay, this girl was pregnant, right? Her friends planned this beautiful baby shower for this girl, y'all. A beautiful baby shower. Then at the baby shower, all of them got together and stomped the damn baby out the girl and killed the girl. Now I saw this story and I'm hoping that it's not true. I'm really hoping it's not true. But then when I see other situations, okay. But when I see other situations such as the girl from North Carolina that took her friends to the Bahamas. She thought all these people was her friends. She took them with her to the Bahamas. She paid for the trip. She paid for the room. She paid for everything. And she got them. They all went to the Bahamas. They had a little great time the first night or whatever. And then all of her friends got together and beat her to death. So,
Mexico.
What?
It was in Mexico.
Oh, okay. I say the Bahamas. It was okay. Correction from Mr. Pike. Why'd you get a chair and come on?
I'm busy.
Well, okay, then I ain't gonna say nothing to you because I'm on my show. You trying to get me started. I know what you're doing. You shut the fuck up. See, my husband always set me up, y'all. He just got to get it. He got to get it. But let me tell you, they went to Mexico, right? They went to Mexico. They went to Mexico and then they beat this girl to fuck to death. That girl was supposed to be their friends. Okay? So with friends like that, who in the fuck need enemies? Gee, I don't know if you have any of those clips. They tried to keep this shit a secret, right? But then her mom got involved, the media got involved, and that's how everything was exposed. So it's always the friends. I don't know if y'all watch Snap or any of those, All right, what's the name of some of them shows you like? Dateline, Snap, First 48.
All that shit.
After the 48.
First 48, all that shit.
All that shit. All that shit. It's always them damn friends. Y'all got to reevaluate sometime your friends, okay? If they keep saying shit and you be like, oh, they really didn't mean that. Yes, they did, motherfucker. That's what, yes, they did. That's why they saying that shit. Because they meant it. But you need to start thinking and opening up your eyes, people, because everybody you think is your motherfucking friend ain't your motherfucking friend. Okay? I got friends that don't even fucking like me. And you think I don't know them motherfuckers don't like me? But the thing is, I don't give a fuck whether they like me, because whatever I need to tell them, I'm gonna tell them that. I'm gonna tell y'all something. for people that have dogs. Anybody have a dog that's listening? If y'all have a dog, right? You have a dog. And okay, Miss Holiday, I see you. You have a dog. And when certain people come around that are supposed to be your friend, and your dog get really aggressive, really aggressive, and start barking and growling and everything, you be like, calm down, Mikey. What's wrong? Why do you always act like that when they come? That's because your dog knows that that person does not like you at all. And I had that to happen before. And I had a dog that wouldn't, that motherfucker was so scared if a firecracker went off, he'll haul ass. If a horn blow, that motherfucker be ready to haul ass, y'all. If a damn Lamborghini was passing by, you know how them things be going pop, pop, pop. That dog will haul ass and leave me quickly. Okay, at the sound of any type of noise. He was a scary ass dog. Okay. But one day this girl came by to call herself my friend. That dog was like, "Rrr." I was like, what the fuck? This dog, this dog is getting aggressive all of a sudden. That's because he knew. The dog knew, okay? He knew exactly what she was feeling. He knew that she really didn't like me. And so animals always know, especially if you're their owner and they love you. They know, they try, it's like the universe is always trying to warn us things, but we don't want to accept the shit. We don't want to accept it. You don't want to accept it when you got a beef with a family member and you know that motherfucker don't like your ass. You already know that, but you don't want to accept it. But we got to learn how to accept things that we don't want to accept. Whether it's your friends, you got to learn people, because, the life you save may be in your arm. And G, you must have couldn't find that clip, because if you could have found it, I know you would have put it up for me. I know you would have put it up. Okay? So I'm saying all of this to say that while you still got breath in your body, well, okay, Fee, while you are able, Fee, come here for a minute. Sit in the chair just for 1 minute. Y'all, this is Felicia. And Felicia is always here. She's here at 4:00 in the morning. This is a hardworking young lady, okay, that works to take care of people. So I just wanted Felicia to come and say hello. You far back. That's why you looking like Vilna. See now?
Everybody.
Hi. She just wanted to say, see, Rosa say hello, Felicia.
¿Cómo está?
¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está? All right. All of that. That's right, y'all. I'm learning Spanish too.
Yes, she is.
I'm learning Spanish. They won't teach me the words that I want to learn. They say, oh no, Laverne, we're not teaching you that. But that's okay, because you know what? Sooner or later, I'm going to learn that shit anyway.
Yes, she will.
I'm determined. Because we as people, if you want to learn some shit, guess what? It's no reason for nobody to sit around and act like they don't know, because you can learn these days. We got the internet. You can learn anything you want to learn, okay? So I'm going to learn some of that Spanish stuff that I want to learn. Trust and believe that, okay? Because I'm the determined type. But getting back to politics, y'all, at the end of the day, this is the only world we're going to have. I know they want to go and live on Mars and Jupiter and all that shit, but I ain't seen none of them motherfuckers that made it up there yet. Thank you, Amarosa. Amarosa says she gonna teach me some Spanish, because Felicia won't teach me. And the Spanish people that come outside, I asked them to teach me certain words. They won't teach me. But I'm gonna learn that shit. Trust and believe. I'm learning. Now I'm good with like a few of the numbers and a little of the Spanish. I'm kind of good, of course, but I'm learning and I'm willing to learn. But like I'm saying, y'all seen like you know, we seen them do that rocket shit. And they claim they went to the moon and shit. I don't know where in the fuck they went, but I know that was a damn short trip. It was a very short trip for them ones in that blue fake ass uniform that pulled that bullshit. We know they ain't went no motherfucking where. You know, they got to realize y'all can't fool us the way that y'all used to. We know that they have AI, you know. We know that they are able to make things look a certain way that they're not actually doing. We realize that, okay? But yeah, it's a big motherfucking joke. And yeah, those two witches, Amarosa, that you just named, both of them witches there. I'm gonna take this water break, y'all. So anyway, you know, they was trying to figure out how they can move the fuck from Earth. And I don't think that shit worked for them too well, because we know they want to stay on Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and all that shit. They claim they've been to the motherfucking moon. But I don't think none of them motherfuckers went to the moon. And one thing about it, whatever planet they claim that they lived on, we haven't seen any footage of that shit. We ain't seen none of them motherfuckers out there making a phone call. We ain't seen them making no shows. So until we see the real proof, I don't believe it. And I do believe that if it was a place that was suitable and compatible to Earth, where those elitists could move and go, that they would definitely take their happy motherfucking ass on there. That's what I truly believe. I believe that they would move right there. So until I see that shit, then that's when I believe it, okay? And fact check that shit if you want to. So I'm saying all of this to say, at the end of the day, we need to stay focused on what we need to do as we the people. Y'all know we have these new elections coming up, and we need to support good candidates. And the thing is, I don't care if you had to run 15 motherfucking times before you win a seat. And I do know someone here locally that ran about 20 motherfucking times before they won. And they did win a race. And on top of that, they had a long, lengthy arrest history. So he didn't stay there too long, but he did win a seat. Okay. So it doesn't matter if you ran 3 times and lost like I did. The point is, I had enough balls and guts to fucking run. You know, people like to talk shit about you. Oh, you lost. Yeah, bitch, I lost. But if I had good support and shit, guess what? I could have won. Maybe. But in the same token, when I look at the Republicans, they haven't had a black woman in office since 1984. And that was Mia Long. And you know, God bless the dead, because she died this year, just a few months ago. Okay. And I don't think we have ever on the Republican platform had a black woman in the Senate. Okay. So we need to get some more chocolate in office on that ticket. But the thing is, and I'm gonna tell y'all something, I think we had a great chance with Kathy Barnett, because Kathy was a great candidate. And she ran in that race against Fetterman and Dr. Oz and the other man that was on stage. But that girl did an excellent job with that debate. Kathy Barnett did an excellent job with that debate. And I felt like she was a very good candidate. Okay. And in 2020, we had a lot of great black candidates that ran. But for some reason, none of the black women. Okay. So you can't just come and say, oh, Laverne, you lost 3 times. Like, bitch, you hurt my feelings. Guess what, motherfucker? I wasn't the only one that lost my fucking race. It was a lot of people that lost their race. Okay. A lot of people lost their race. But at the end of the day, at least we had the audacity and the nerves to actually run with some of you little motherfuckers that talk all that shit will never get in the race. And the main ones that always want to throw fucking stones around don't even have their face on their fucking page. At least I got my real photo up there, okay? You ain't even man or woman enough to put up your real photo, and then on top of that, you'll come and create a fake ass page with 0 motherfucking followers on it just to send me a fucking message in my inbox. But guess what, bitch? You know I'm gonna write your ass back. You could trust and believe that shit, okay? And I don't give a fuck if you block me. If you came in my inbox first with some dumb shit, then you know I'm gonna dive straight in your motherfucking ass, feet first. Both foots. Both foots. Fuck a feet. I'm going both foots before I even get to the motherfucking feet. Okay? So I don't give a shit about you blocking me. I don't. And, you know, G, I don't even know if you still here with me or not. I don't know. But let me say this. You know, I saw on Terrence Williams' page, and y'all know Terrence is so motherfucking funny. He does like all the women, Maxine Waters, he's a comedian. And on his page, G, you have any clips of Terrence? Mark, do you have any clips of Mark, do you have any clips of Terrence? Terrence had a comment on one of his pages, right? And this was like maybe a few days ago, right? And he said he was really upset because he was saying that he made a comment about Jasmine Hood Rat Crockett, and people was upset about that comment. And they was like, well, why would you say that about a black queen? Why would you say that about a black queen? Well, he didn't say, he could say whatever the fuck he want to say, first of all. And we don't give a fuck about her being a black queen if she acting like a whole fucking hood rat while she's in Congress. Guess what? That's why you need to let people that can go there and hold that damn floor down. Because, baby, all it would take is me and Jasmine Crockett in fucking Congress. And I could do that, and she could do that too. And then we'll make that shit so motherfucking interesting. Because you could best believe I'll be right there to take care of that. Okay? Oh, Omarosa, you know, you such a huge supporter. Oh, he got a clip for me. Look.
Someone occupying the Oval Office who's never actually been elected to the Oval Office and actually answering more questions than the person that allegedly got elected. He said, we need to return the power of the purse to Congress. It never left. According to the Constitution, that's where it's at. Now, I know that people are confused right now because for whatever reason, we had a guy that went in, and you talk about people invading our data. Listen, people said that they were upset about TikTok, but I'm upset about the guy that runs Twitter, who for sure is doing nefarious things, because I don't understand, if you are trying to conduct audits and figure out where the waste, fraud, and abuse is, I don't know why you would go to some tech guy. In fact, it was only techies that were sitting there at inauguration. We didn't have auditors. I would welcome auditors to come in and do forensic audits. In fact, he sat there in the Oval Office yesterday and he admitted that he was lying, and he was using his propaganda machine to do it when he said that we sent millions of dollars to Gaza for condoms. That was a lie. So let me tell you something.
The gentle lady's time has expired.
It's time for
the
us
gentle
to
lady's
do our
time has
job
expired.
and rein in this rogue actor known
The gentle
as
lady's
Limelight.
time has expired.
See, I'm Jasmine Crockett. And let me tell you, see, they ain't got what we got, okay? See, we got democracy on our side. See what I'm saying? And this Elon Musk guy, this TikTok, he won't be worried about TikTok, okay? What he needs to be worried about is like, he needs to be worried about not what's going on in the Oval Office, okay? He needs to be worried about what's going on in his office, okay? See, I'm one of the smartest black women that you will ever know, okay? And that is what they are afraid of. They are afraid of us, okay? Okay?
Okay, that was the clip from Terrence. And Terrence, you are hilarious, okay? You're just hilarious. Let me tell you something. If Jasmine Crockett was actually concerned about the fraud that had been taking place, she should have looked at her own motherfucking party, because, baby, they didn't say shit about all that shit that Hunter Biden was doing when his crackhead ass was walking across the beach with his motherfucking laptop. He ain't have on no motherfucking drawers, ass naked as a motherfucker with them motherfucking crackhead ass junkies, hoes from different area codes that he was hanging out with. They ain't saying shit about that. And he was out there butt ass motherfucking naked. No care in the world. And recording this shit with his whole ass out for the whole motherfucking world to say. Didn't nobody say one motherfucking thing about it. And Joe Biden was what? A proud ass parent. Talking about co-signing on some bullshit. Okay? So she looking for problems. She can start within her own goddamn party. With her own motherfucking party. They need to go clean up goddamn California on Skid motherfucking Road where all them homeless people are that need that fucking help. They need to they could have gave some of that damn $15,000 a month that they gave to the fucking illegals, okay, to put up, to help get those people some help, get them off of the street, get them the mental health that help that they need. But that shit that they don't even fucking care about. You think they give a fuck? You think Newsom them actually give a fuck? No, they do motherfucking not. Okay? They do motherfucking not even give a fuck about that. Okay? So when they sit there and talk all that shit like they so goddamn concerned, right? So if that's the case, why the fuck Karen Bass turned the motherfucking fire hydrants out? Why did they get a different company over that shit? They knew them fire hydrants was not gonna be working. They knew them motherfucking houses was gonna burn the fuck down. They knew all that shit was gonna happen. That's why they had them fire hydrants off in the first motherfucking place. Then they asked this motherfucker a question. She over there stuck on goddamn stupid. Like she don't know what nobody the fuck talking about. Looking like a fucking cow that just got surprise caught eating motherfucking grass and grazing and shit. Looking fucking surprised as hell. Now you a whole fucking congresswoman in office and looking surprised that they came in to ask you a question about why the fire hydrants was off. Are these the people that they really voting for? Are these the people that this country is actually supporting? Because somebody tell me what the fuck is going on here. When we sit back and keep electing these same motherfuckers that don't help us in the first place, right? So when you keep doing the same thing, but you expecting a different outcome, what is that called? Somebody put that shit in the inbox. What the fuck is that called? When you keep doing the same shit, but you expecting a different outcome. So this is what we've seen taking place in our communities for years, especially in the Black community, because we always believed that these people had our best interests at heart. And Malcolm X and Sister Shabazz talked about this shit back in the motherfucking 50s, and ain't a goddamn thing changed yet. Our neighborhood populations we're still in underserved communities. The only people that are being served, oh yeah, you got it, Weeping Willow. You gonna win the Hood motherfucking award for today. Goes to Weeping Willow, because baby, that's called fucking insanity. That's right. Weeping Willow got that shit right. That's called insanity. Okay? If you keep doing the same shit, but you're expecting a different outcome, that is insanity. So that's what's taking place in our community. We wonder why the crime is so high. We wonder, when will a change come? How can a change come if you keep electing self-serving motherfuckers that only care about their pockets and their friends? For, oh, congratulations, you the hood conservative of the day, Weeping Willow. Okay? If you keep electing motherfuckers that only concerned about their motherfucking pockets, and they sucking the life out the goddamn community, then what the fuck you think how you gonna benefit from that shit as people? You're not. You can't. Because your hands are basically tired. They're tired. Because the people that are in power, that are controlling things, if they're not willing to help their constituents, then what are they in office for? And see, that's why they so mad with Trump. People have to remember, this man is a billionaire. He didn't run for office because he needed that money. He didn't run for office because he was trying to make some new friends. He ran for office because he gave a fuck about this country. And a lot of people that are supporting him actually care about this country too. Okay? So we the people, now we have a chance to put America first. I'm glad when I ride through my community and I see flags for this country. Okay? Of this motherfucking country. Not no other country. That's this fucking country. I'm glad when I'm driving and I see cars that have the red, white, and blue tags, or something that's red, white, and blue. Because I know that's a person that's taking pride in fighting back for this fucking country. Because we got to be, we the people that are proud people. Proud of our fucking country, of our fucking nation. And we finally got somebody in that chair that's got some balls that'll tell a motherfucker how to get in line, and they know they better do it. They know they better do it. Before Trump, only thing we could hear about, oh, we may be going to war. But thank God, you're right, Omarosa. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's scheme. Against whose schemes? The devil. Because he got a plan to steal, kill, and destroy. He got a plan to kill, steal, and destroy, right? For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual forces of evil in what? High places. So when I talk about high places, right, I think about those meetings that the elitists have had concerning our fight, our fate, okay? So who in the fuck told them as elitists that it's okay for them to go and make a plan about our life and our life expectancy and how many people they think should be on this earth? That's what I want to know. Who in the hell told them they had the right to create diseases to destroy humanity because they feel like it's too many people on this earth? People, if you got a prayer life, God said, by my stripes, you are what? Talk to me in my inbox. He said, by my stripes, you are healed. So if his stripes are going to heal me, why would I need to put a foreign agent in my body because they say I need it or I'm going to die? Why would I do that? Talk to me. Why would I do that? Okay? So I'm saying that to say that it's time for us to stop living our life in fear. Stop allowing the media to fool you into doing things and because of fear, because you're afraid. Oh, I got to go take the vaccine because I'm afraid I'm going to die from COVID. Okay? Y'all know what I was doing during COVID? I was out in the street feeding the homeless people. We was going from block to block, taking those people sandwiches. We was taking those people clothing. We was out there with them. Why is it that you didn't see any of the homeless people getting sick? I didn't see no homeless people out there in that street coughing like hell when I was out there in the streets with them during COVID. They wasn't coughing when we was out there with them. That was not the case. Okay? So stop allowing people to use fear to coerce you into doing things that you wouldn't have normally done. And you're right, Omarosa. It's nothing that the devil hates more than when we come together, bold and fearless, shining God's light in his face. Because we know the devil is nothing but a liar. And the liar will not tell no truth. The liar came to lie and steal and kill. And y'all know these people are doing these sacrifices. You know, we see it all the time. It's time for people to start waking the fuck up. Some of y'all have been asleep for so long. It's time for you to wake the fuck up and come to the world of reality. As a matter of fact, I'm calling you to the world of reality. And I'm stepping out on faith and I'm doing that. I'm calling you to a world of fucking reality. You know, when you following these celebrities, you worshiping these football players, you worshiping the athletes, you worshiping everybody you see on TV, you worshiping your favorite rap artist, but you can't give a thank you to that person that you stay in the house with that's helping you put food on the table, that's steady blessing you, that's steady encouraging you. You give them straight hell. You give them straight hell and they taking care of you. You know, and that's not right, especially for these young kids today. A lot of them don't have no respect for their parents at all. But they don't know the sacrifice that their parents had to make to actually be able to take care of them. You know, they don't know the sacrifices. Well, I hate my mom, but bitch, you don't know what your mom had to do to keep food on the fucking table for your ungrateful motherfucking ass. You know? And it don't matter that you dislike your parents. All that shit don't matter. But at least still help them. If you staying in your mama house, right? You ain't paying no motherfucking bills. The least you could do is get off your motherfucking ass and go cut the grass or clean up the house or do something to show them that you're grateful, because they don't have to do that shit for you. You just in the house with your little ugly ass raising all kind of hell, and they don't tolerated your ungrateful ass for motherfucking years. Be grateful. Be thankful. These are things that people need to know, that they are not taught today, and people are afraid to say it. But guess what? I ain't afraid to say it, because it's the fucking truth. That's why I'm not afraid to say it. That's why I'm not afraid to say it. It's the truth. You need to be grateful and thankful, and especially for the elderly population. They work really hard with it. You know, back then, you know, you talking about the 70s to 60s. Those people didn't make much money, y'all. Sometimes they made maybe $1 a day. You know, they didn't make much money. Just think about If you was a young person like I was in the 70s, think about everything that you could buy with $1. You know, you could go into the store, you could buy so much candy and cookies and if you're an adult, you could go in there and go grocery shopping and you could actually stretch that dollar back then. But the things that cost a quarter, a 50 cent back then, I remember when you could go to the grocery store and get like 10 cans of peas or corn or anything for $1. But you cannot do that nowadays because that same can is going to cost you, you know, at least $4 for that same thing that you could have got 10 for $1, you know? So I'm saying that to say, if you have elderly people, remember them. Take care of those. That's your blessing right there. That's your blessing right there. And teach your kids the same thing, to be mindful, to be respectful of your elderly people. Do you know in some countries like Japan, those countries, you right, okay, 50 cigarettes was 50 cents a pound. Okay, I see you out there. So remember, in some countries, people are so respectful of their elderly population. They are so grateful to the elderly people for taking care of them. And I have had older people that imparted so much into my life. And like my mentor, Curly, she imparted so much into my life as a young person in Miami on my own. Like I probably was about 19, you know, but she imparted so much into my life. So when she wasn't able to work, I was right there to help her. Remember those people that help you, you know, because it's going to come a day when we all going to need some help, especially if you keep living in this life. So, you know, I'm saying that to say, when you get older and you can't make it, LeBron James ain't going to be there to come help your motherfucking ass. You know, Kodak Black ain't coming to help you. So think about your family members, the people in your home. Think about your mom that took care of you, you know? Instead of putting so much emphasis and hype on everybody else except for the people that truly deserve it. The people that help to make a difference in your life. Because you know what? Our life is truly, and Omarosa, I see you know them verses. They want to say, don't worry about tomorrow or whatever it may bring, because it's not promised to us. You know, our life is just a thread. We're just like a piece of grass. We're here today, tomorrow we may be gone. We don't even know. And we could have been gone if Kamala was in office, because they was probably blowed our ass the fuck up by now. While we got a goddamn whole laughing motherfucking hyena. That motherfucker was laughing on every goddamn platform she was on. Everything was fucking hilarious to her, because we know she really didn't want to be unburdened by what may have motherfucking been. So we actually dodged the bullet. We dodged the bullet, people. And the main people that supported her was the Black women, okay? And they would have been the main ones that were catching hell if her ass would have got elected. They would have been the main ones that would have got caught up in that motherfucking trap if her ass would have got elected. Remember, you talking about somebody that locked up every Black person that she could when her motherfucking ass was in California. She didn't give a fuck what information she had to show that those people was not guilty. She didn't care about that, because you know what she did? Took her happy weed smoking ass home, smoked her marijuana, and laughed her motherfucking ass off. Because you know what? She had no fucks to give. She had no fucks to give. Don't think they don't be smoking weed. Don't think they do not be smoking weed, okay? And I think she almost admitted that shit too. So in other words, she was locking people up for the same shit that she was doing. That's right. I see you, Miss Omarosa. I got you. And Whitey on the moon. Everything you got Whitey on the moon. Put up that comment. He for that Whitey on the moon. Whitey on the moon comment, Mark. Whitey on the moon right before Omarosa. I'm gonna tell you what it says. He said, I never saw anyone give a good reason why they were voting for Kamala. They had no good goddamn reason. What good goddamn reason can you come up with for voting for a fucking hyena? She made it fucking clear that she was not doing nothing for black people. She didn't even give a fuck about them. But you know what? Neither did Obama. Neither did Obama. Obama took his black ass, but he ain't even, okay, I ain't gonna go there with that. But he did go to Michigan and laughed in them motherfucking faces there about their water situation and asked somebody for a fucking glass of water so he could drink a clear ass, clean glass of motherfucking water in front of them damn people face. And their water there was brown at the motherfucking time. Them people in Michigan had brown fucking water. And he sat there with a clean glass and drank the water right in front of their fucking face. And them people were so disgusted. They were so fucking disgusted. It was written all over their face. But nobody said nothing to him about it, because you know why? Nobody didn't say nothing. Because nobody had the motherfucking nerves like Laverne Spicer to fucking stand up and say, man, you came here to make a mockery of us because we don't have water, and you're going to sit your ass in here and drink a motherfucking cup of water in our face like that? That was fucking disgusting. Those people should have been in a fucking outraged about that shit. And I'm sick and tired of seeing people sit back and don't want to say shit. So that's why the Hood Conservative Podcast is here. It's time to stand up. Grow some motherfucking balls. Grow wings. Grow wherever the fuck you gotta grow. But come on out and get with the program. Now, I'm going to say this too. And I know Mark don't have the fucking clip. And I ain't sent him no damn clip. But I wish that he could show the clip. It's on the internet, y'all. And it's, oh, she got it. She got it. Okay, I'm going to go back to that. She said, therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. That's correct. Each day brings its own trouble. So don't spend your day worrying about tomorrow, because each day going to have its own problems in it, okay? Now, getting back to Florida City. I watched a clip that just happened to come up on the internet, okay? In Florida City, and which is in Miami, it's down south, like Naranja, the Heights, their area. So they was holding a commission meeting, and the lady said, okay, it's time for us to do our prayer to Satan. So the Christians just left out of the room. I mean, they hauled ass like was like they had the road runner spirit in them. Beep, beep, bitch, I'm gone. Beep, beep. They left. They cleared that motherfucking room so they could do their satanic prayer, right? But this is the thing. As Christians, instead of hauling ass to run, why not just stand up to them fucking demons? If they can do a satanic prayer, why not you all come and do your motherfucking Christian prayer? Okay? Why just haul ass and leave the room for them fucking... And what kind of business are they conducting in Satan's name? You know? I would want to be... Okay, y'all, that's a long comment right there. I'll leave it up there because I'm going to read it. But, you know, this is the thing. If they could do a prayer to Satan, right? Where were the Christians to stand up like Jesus would have stood up to the motherfuckers and say, hey, y'all did y'all satanic damn prayer. Now I'm getting ready to do my Christian prayer. I'm getting ready to do my Christian prayer because we know prayer changes things, but I don't want no satanic prayer. And I don't want no Satanist praying for me. Okay? You might catch something hot, brown, brewing on your ass with them praying the fucking Satan. It's getting hot in here. Okay? It's getting fucking hot in here. Oh shit, he found the motherfucking clip, y'all. Oh my God. Play that shit, Mark.
Duly noted. Our collective atheism, which is to say loving empathy, scientific evidence, and critical thinking, leads us to believe that we can create a better, more equal community without religious divisions. May we pray together. Mother Earth.
Okay, that's enough. I don't want to hear
today
you
in your
motherfucking
redeeming
prayer. That's enough. I just wanted to show y'all that clip so y'all can see that shit actually happen. Now, if you want to pray to Buddha, Allah, whatever, but you talking about the Satan, and then the Christian haul ass out the room, no. Y'all should have did y'all own motherfucking prayer. Y'all Christians should have did y'all own motherfucking prayer instead of running. Okay? And he got his little Barney Fight looking ass up there. Okay? Looking like old Barney. To do that little prayer shit. That shit is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay. This llama. Okay. I read that. I just wanted to read that. I had to take that little minute to pause. Okay. I see what you're saying. Now, with that being said, right? See, that's the kind of shit that people should be like fighting against. They should be fighting against that shit. They should be protesting that kind of shit. Okay? Now, if they want to do that, then the Christians should have stood up. Only thing I'm saying, as a Christian, you should have stood up and fought that shit. And not just run out the motherfucking room like you got the Usain Bolt spirit. What's that girl name, y'all? The Jamaican girl, Sha'Carri Richardson spirit. The haul ass out the room. I'm talking about the running when I talk about Sha'Carri Richardson, you know. But the thing is, sometimes you just gotta stand. You gotta stand, people. You gotta stand, and you gotta be willing to fight. You know, I think that when you talk about things like these concerts and things, and these people are doing all of these sacrifices, right? And they doing it right in our face. And Kanye West even talked about the sacrifices that they make as a musician, okay? And they gotten to the point where they have done sacrifices where they had concerts and things taking place. The whole place inside caught on fire. The doors were locked. People could not get out. What would that tell you happened? It's a sacrifice, okay? It's a whole damn sacrifice. So I'm just saying this, be aware. Be aware. And when it comes to these movies, when it comes to these type of things, life imitates those images. So they actually showing you what they are doing. You know, they're showing you what is taking place. They're showing you what is getting ready to conspire. You know, what's getting ready to happen and what they're getting ready to do. What has happened. things that they have done that we may not be aware of. But now, since so many people are waking up to the bullshit, tired of the lies, tired of being complacent, it's time to fight back. Not dumb it down, more like stand your ground, okay? And this is what we need to see more of. That's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, I see white, what is Whitey on the moon? Say I have my mom living with us. It's very hard and unpleasant at times, but it's the right thing to do. You know, um, it's very heartbreaking when you attend a funeral, especially if it's a family member and people are crying, they're heartbroken, you know, and they feel a lot of times they feel a lot of guilt about things they could have done to make a difference in that person's life, but they did not do it, you know. And I'm saying this, people, you don't have to be the richest person in the world. You don't have to have Elon's Musk money, you know, to be to have compassion on people that were good to you, to have compassion on people that took care of you, and to have compassion on others. Okay. And I always tell my staff that I say, y'all have to have compassion for people, especially if you have kids, because your kids are not going to stay in your house for always. So when your kids are grown and they're out on their own, they may need help as well. And you know, you want somebody to help them, right? So do that same thing back, plant that seed. Isn't that what it's all about? Planting seeds, plant those great seeds so you will grow a beautiful tree of your life of giving and being supportive. And that's what it's all about. And at the same time, just because you're a giver and just because you support it, that don't mean you got to take no shit off of nobody. I ain't getting that shit twisted now. Don't get it twisted. I ain't going to let you run over me. And I'm not going to let you use me neither. But we gonna have some boundaries about what we doing. But I'm going to help you be mindful. I'm going to help you be mindful, you know. And that's great. And that's great. And like he says, it's been unpleasant at times because, you know, a lot of times when you're dealing with elderly people, especially if they sick, they're really mean. They are really mean. You know, they're upset because they can't do the things that they used to do. So they really angry. And sometimes they're hostile. So you just have to talk to them and say, hey, you know, I'm here and I'm trying to help you. So you don't have to be mean and extra critical because I'm doing the best I can, you know, to take care of you. I don't want to send you to a nursing home for you to get mistreated while you in there. Because a lot of those nursing homes, they mistreat people because they know those people, relatives are not going to come that often to check on them. And during COVID, a lot of people were not allowed to visit their family members at these type of facilities, okay? So check on your loved ones. Let them know you care while they're here. So when they die, you don't have to cry and have all that goddamn guilt, think about shit you could have did that you didn't do. Get off your ass and do it motherfucking now, okay? Time is of essence, people. Time is of essence. When my mama was living, regardless of what I felt about her, when I could come home and help her, that's what I did. You know, and me and her didn't necessarily get along, you know, but that didn't have nothing to do with me going to help my mama because at the end of the day, she still was my mom, you know, and she gave birth to me. So yeah, I went there, I helped her, and I helped to take care of her whenever I had a chance to go there. So anyway, back to the show. I saw the thing about the black family, oops, and what the guy was saying about Kamala. You know, and not only that, I invited a guy up on the stage that said Obama did so many things for black people, and he called himself a professor. So I invited him up because I want to know from Professor what the fuck did Obama do for black people? Because I ain't seen shit he did. Okay? I know what he did for the gay community. If that's the right language, I'm not sure. But I know what he did for them. He helped them to get the benefits of their loved ones, you know, whoever they in the relationship. He helped them get the marriage. He helped them become more accepting in the black community. He made it become more acceptable, you know, and that's what he did. And so far as Kamala, what she did, I ain't seen shit that she did besides sit back and laugh and giggle about everything, you know, because truth be known, she didn't give a fuck one way or the other, especially about the American people. I mean, she had a whole agenda. Her and Joe Biden, they did their thing for the illegals. You know, and as that lady would say back in the day, where's the beef? Where's the meat? Where is the beef? What did they do for this country and for the people? That's what I want to know. What the fuck did Kamala do for the people? So if people didn't do shit for you, why is it that y'all want to support them? Why is it that y'all want to talk shit about people that don't support their fucking narratives at all? Because I'm not going to vote for somebody that is not going to do nothing to help the people of the community. For me, that's what it's all about. It's all about the people at the end of the day. It's all about the people. And your vote should matter to you. Your vote should matter to you. If you call your elected officials, are they going to talk to you? Are they going to help you with what your problems are in your community? Especially for the seniors. I would say again, that's my concern. Especially here in Miami. Let me tell you why. As I said before, in the 80s, these houses were selling for $30,000 and $40,000. Now these same houses here are $400,000 and $500,000, which means the taxes and insurance are going to be extremely high. Now, if you're on a fixed income, right, and your income, let's say you get a $400 check, how the fuck you gonna pay that insurance? And how the fuck you gonna manage your taxes? So what they doing is really putting these people in a place that's very similar to gentrification, where they'll be able to basically take their shit, you know. And then a lot of times with the seniors, they don't want to really say nothing to their house is about to be, you know, taken from them, you know, because they don't want to talk about their problems. They want to keep everything so motherfucking secret. So you need to learn how to talk to your kids and stuff and let them know what's going on, so y'all could do something about it. And you call them same motherfuckers that you voted for and talk to them about your problems. Because we had a meeting here and a lady was talking about how they was putting the seniors' properties up for sale, and these people here didn't even know they shit was on the was being listed up for sale in the first motherfucking place. Shit like that should not be happening. It just should not be taking place. And it's happening here. I can only imagine what's happening throughout the United States. So, you know, and it's not like they can afford an attorney a lot of the times. So once again, make them work for you. Make them work for your vote. Okay? That's all I'm saying. If you vote for them, make sure they're working for you and not for the illegals only. And, you know, just saying that reminds me of Ilhan Omar. That little bald-headed motherfucker. Okay? Now, her district is mostly, of course, y'all know she done moved all the damn people from Somalia to her district. So now she has a strong, supportive base in her district of Somalian people. And there are plenty of videos out when she says My commitment is to the Somalian people and not to this United States, okay? But her real commitment is to your taxpayer dollars because she's using those funds to send to Somalia. She's sending millions and millions and millions of taxpayer dollars to fucking Somalia. Okay? So, should we be allowing that type of shit to happen? You know? And then she moved her whole voter base here to the United States, told them how to fight against ICE and everything else. But you supposed to be a congresswoman. So what the fuck are you really doing? What the fuck are you really doing? Have these people been elected? Are they just was it an election or was it a selection? Which one has it been for them to get their little raggedy ass in office and clearly have no fucks to give about this country? Remember when they tried to defund the police and that shit didn't happen? Remember they tried their best to get rid of the police? While they had $200,000 and $300,000 worth of private security and bodyguards that was protecting them, and they badass high crime written districts, but yet you want to get rid of the police? So you want to put your whole district where the seniors and your constituents, you want to put their life in danger with your crime-ridden fucking districts. You want to put the people life in danger while you got fucking bodyguards. Ain't that a bitch? Cori Bush. I mean, Cori, what's her name? Cori Bush? What's that, Cori Bush? Congresswoman? Let me make sure I got that shit right. Cori Bush. Somebody let me know. Well, she was a congresswoman, but she's no longer in office. Yeah, that's her fat ass. Okay, yeah, that's her. Okay. So she wanted to defund the police, but she had security, right? So this all the double standard shit. This is all the double standard shit. And some of the stuff we're seeing today, even though we don't see Antifa, and we are not hearing so much for Black Lives Matter, you know, but it's like they keep coming back and rebranding themselves as a different name, but it's still Antifa. It's still Black Lives Matter, you know. They still destroyed Black businesses. They destroyed everything that had always been dear in this country. And not just white people businesses, Black people businesses also. They didn't give a fuck what it was. So if Black Lives Matter gave a fuck, would they be destroying, since y'all supposed to be supporting Black people? Why would you be destroying Black businesses? So they let you know they some lying motherfuckers, right? Let the truth be told. Let that truth be told. So at the end of the day, it's all about we the people standing up as one to fight for our America. Because maybe a lot of them can go and stay other countries. I can't. I can't do that shit. Okay? A lot of them countries, forget it. Not me. I'm proud to be an American. I'm a proud American. I'm proud about that. Okay? I take pride in my community. I take pride in my neighborhood. I take pride in the people. And that's the way we should be, because other countries are proud of their people. You know, they're happy about their people. They're proud about their people. So why we got to hate our country so much? When did that shit become okay? Oh, that was when on Biden's watch, right? Okay. His regime, in a sense, is the one that started that bullshit. Okay. But we the people, we just need to work on making our country great a motherfucking again. Because that's what's important. Making it a great education center for our youth and for the kids so that they could grow up and have a prosperous life in any field that they choose to go in. Okay, regardless, it doesn't matter. Long as they are doing well, staying out of trouble, helping to contribute to society. That's what it's all about, people. That's what it's all about. It don't matter if you're black. It don't matter if you're white. I don't give a fuck if you're Chinese. I don't give a shit. I don't even care. At the end of the day, be proud of your community. Be proud of what you're doing. You know, I was talking to someone and they was telling me about their job that they work on and they make really good money and they're really happy about their job. But they were saying like a lot of the people that work with them don't share the same thoughts about their job, you know, and they go to work, they throw paper all over their fucking bathrooms. They do all kind of dumb shit. Okay. But this is the thing. That's where the management come in at. And I told him, I said, you know, that's where your management come in at. Because your management should be having meetings with the people. Because, you know, if you running a business or operation, you should be having meetings with your staff. You know, I have meetings and trainings all the time with my staff. They know I do not play about them seniors, okay? They know that. And I always teach them when you go out to these buildings, you speak. I don't give a fuck if your ass just got the fuck cussed out. When you go around them old people, you have some motherfucking respect, okay? You gonna say hello. I'm gonna teach you the shit that your mammy didn't teach you, okay? I'm gonna teach you that shit. I'm a country girl. I was taught when you go out, you speak. You say hello. It ain't gonna cost you a motherfucking dime to speak and say hello. Now, of course, I realize that depends on where you're at, okay? Now, I'm a Carolina girl. When I go home, people are like, how you doing? I don't even know these motherfucking people. But everybody there is so fucking friendly. It's like, hello, how you doing? Like they've been knowing you all of your life. You know? That's just how country people are. But when you're in Miami, you can't do that shit. Because these the bad attitude motherfuckers here. So they going to be looking at you stupid. You know, you can't even hardly say nothing to a lot of them without them getting offended. But that's just how they are. And I understand that. But when I go to the Carolinas, that's different. I'm going to speak, hey, how y'all doing? The same thing. But in the same token, I know, you know, Miami's different. You know, ain't that kind of party here. Not unless they drunk or something or in the club. Then, you know, some people, I know people that I work with that are just like that. You know, even in small operations too. They come to work, they grouchier than a motherfucker. Grouchy as hell. And then when they go home and get drunk, they want to, you know, drunks are sociable motherfuckers. They go and get drunk, then they want to call and talk. Oh, you know I love you. I be like, bitch, get your ass off my phone. The whole time you been around, you ain't said shit. Well, open your goddamn mouth. Then you went home, hit your goddamn vodka, and you want to talk. Get your ass off my motherfucking phone. But that's how people are, you know. Don't want to talk, don't want to say shit, but then they start drinking, they want to be fucking sociable. Not on my day off, bitch. Don't call me. Not on my day off. I don't want to hear that shit. You around me every day, you can't say shit. Then because you on the weekend, you throwing your party at your house, you on your little lick. You know, doing your little thing, you feeling on good, got your little vibe, bitch. Don't call my phone. Don't call my phone because you want to talk. Because I'm going to hurt your feelings. Okay? Don't do it. So, the same vibe you be on when you drunk and you feeling good, you don't hit your little hit, and you feeling friendly, and you in that mindset, then it's your time to go do something nice for somebody while you feeling good and while you feeling friendly and shit. Go do something for somebody. Help somebody out. Okay? Now, the strange thing is, okay, when Trump tried to do stuff that's great for this country, why did everybody fight against this man? Why? Somebody tell me why. Tell me why. It ain't shit he could say that's right. It ain't shit he could say that they agree with. And some of those interviews that he did y'all see that shit? Some of the interviews that Trump did, like when he got on with that girl that looked like she black, I don't know her motherfucking name. She looked kind of Allenish. He got on her show. She had a little nasty motherfucking look on her face. Yes, she did, baby. I couldn't have did that interview because I would have been like, what the fuck you looking at me like that for? But you know, he's more, you know, he's more, y'all give me that word I'm looking for. You know, he gonna go along with the program. He answers the questions and everything. You know, he was very cordial. That's the word. Y'all talk to me. Y'all say something. I want to hear from y'all too. I see y'all up here. Say something. Shit. Say something, damn it. Besides Omarosa and Whitey on the Moon. So, you know, a lot of those interviews he got on, when he got on those interviews, some people look like they had just been into a motherfucking sour lemon. That's what the motherfuckers look like. They had, okay, I see you, Omarosa. You know, they had a sour motherfucking look on their motherfucking face when he got on the show. You know, like they hate this man. Why do they hate this man so motherfucking much? Why? Because he woke up everybody to their bullshit, including black people. A lot of us didn't have no motherfucking clue what the fuck was going on. We thought the media was telling us the truth. The majority of old black people sit at home all day and watch the goddamn news and believe everything them motherfuckers say. And the majority of that shit is not true. Okay? It's not even fucking true, half that shit. And remember when Trump hit us to CNN and called them motherfuckers the lying news station? And I remember CNN had me on their little hit list. They came out to interview me. And I'm glad they came on a Tuesday during my distribution. It was out there. They saw the people asking me all them dumbass motherfucking questions. Do these people know that you are a Republican? Bitch, do you think these people give a fuck if I'm a Republican, if I'm feeding them? They came to get food. They don't give a shit what the fuck I am. The only thing they concerned about is what they gonna get when they come here. They don't give a fuck if I'm a Democrat, Republican, Independent. They don't give a fuck. They have zero fucks to give. Okay? So I asked CNN, are y'all gonna show the footage? Oh no. Oh no, I don't think we'll be airing this story. I don't think y'all would too, motherfuckers. Why? You couldn't have asked me some goddamn question. I got something for your motherfucking ass to put on the air. Okay? So, this is the thing. Whenever this man did an interview, the media always got something negative to say about him. Ain't shit he could do is right. But we're gonna recant this bullshit, right? What about when nobody know what the fuck Joe Biden was saying? Y'all remember all them stories that Joe Biden did, the interviews that he did? And it was like, you know, translating some shit like some type of alien language or something. Nobody know what the fuck Joe Biden was saying. What the media say? Oh, Joe Biden did a great interview today. How the fuck that was great, bitch? Don't nobody know what the fuck Joe Biden said. And remember when they had the audacity, right? The Democrats, right? They had what's his name? The one that wear them damn sweatsuits to Congress and them little shorts and tennis shoes, like he on the basketball court and shit. What's his name? Fetterman. Okay, remember when they had the people from the insurance company and they had it on TV and they did that shit live? They was asking him questions or something, and they had Fetterman there, and he was like, la 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 swimming pool, what swimming pool, car, and then no couldn't complete one goddamn sentence. Fetterman could not complete one goddamn sentence, and then they had the nerve to ask them people, "Oh, do you guys have any more questions?" What fucking question could they have that he could goddamn it answer? He couldn't even answer one motherfucking question. And everybody that was listening did not know what the fuck John Fetterman said. But what did the Democrats say? Great job, Fetterman. Great job. We just love how you answer those questions. That was so amazing. You see how they support the bullshit? You see how they support they badass fucking candidates? Now, moving on to the White House, right? Y'all remember that time they found that cocaine in there, right? In that little pack. But they could never figure out who left that cocaine in there. They had no idea. But let some cocaine show up while Trump is in office and see what the fuck with all they do. They will pull out every stop. They will pull out every break. They will have him on every news channel. They ain't said shit when Biden was in that seat. They swept all that shit under the rug, carpet, and every motherfucking thing else. They ain't said one goddamn thing about that. And even when Biden went to sleep, y'all know that motherfucker was taking a nap. He ain't stayed up in no goddamn Congress in no meetings and shit. Y'all know Biden was taking fucking naps. You know he was. They ain't saying shit about that. They ain't saying shit about when he passed gas at the podium. Fact check that shit. He was up there passing gas. They didn't say a motherfucking thing about that because everything he did was great. They ain't said shit about every time he saw a child out there in the audience, he called them on the stage. Why? Did he want to talk to the child about politics? Did he want to talk to the child about education and the fact that they can have a great education? Is that what he wanted to do? No. He wanted to sniff they motherfucking hair like he was a goddamn dog. Just like them dogs at the motherfucking airport. He was just like one of them. He wanted to sniff them damn kids' hair. And if you looked at them children faces, right, the kids' face, they'll be looking like, you know, have this look on their face like, Mom, what is he doing? But nobody said shit. Nobody said shit. How y'all sit y'all ass there and let that man sniff y'all goddamn kids' hair and don't say shit? What the fuck? What the fuck? Nobody said shit. Let Trump go sniffing some goddamn kids' hair. It'll be hell for him to pay. Hell for him. But y'all ain't said shit when Joe Biden did that. oh, Joe is just one of the greatest presidents of the United States, and he's doing a magnificent job. Yeah, he was doing a magnificent job of fucking shit up. It's just like Trump said, never underestimate Joe Biden's ability to fuck shit up. And that's what he was doing. But them Democrats supported all of his fucked up shit like it was the best thing they ever heard. Now they coming up with some plane crash. Motherfucking planes been crashing forever. They ain't just started crashing. They been fucking crashing. Listen, y'all fact check this shit, okay? The airplanes just started falling. Hell no. So now they trying to put that shit on Trump. Everything is this man's fault. That's why we got to keep him in prayer, y'all. That's why. Y'all know they want to take that man out. That's why we got to keep him in prayer. Because they have a demonic agenda, okay? They got a demonic agenda. And I'm rebuking that right now in the name of the Most High God. In the name of Jesus, I'm rebuking that shit. Yes, I am. I rebuke it. Okay? So, it don't matter. It never mattered. What's that motherfucking name? Kamala. She was holding rallies. Now we find out how they got the people in. They have people out here that pay people to come to those rallies. They get paid like $100 an hour. Hell, if they gonna pay me to go sit up in the goddamn rally $100 an hour, I'll go sit in that shit. If I ain't had shit else to do. So they paid these motherfuckers to go. Because we know won't nobody just going to see no goddamn Kamala. That's why she had to go get all those rappers. That's why she spent money paying them to come and perform. That's why all those people showed up for those concerts. I've been to Trump rallies before. He ain't had to pay no motherfucking body to come to his goddamn rally. And his shit was always packed with proud American people, black and white and other nationalities that love this country and then want to see this country go to shit. Okay? Go to shit with Kamala ass in office under her fucking fucked up leadership. Thank God. Thank God. So we know she's going to run again. But hopefully our country will get back on the right road to recovery. We don't need no goddamn rhinos in the office. All rhinos need to motherfucking go. All rhinos need to get the fuck on. We don't need them. We don't need their leadership neither. We need strong people. We need strong people in office that are going to support and going to fight for this party. And not just sit there and allow clowns to come up with dumbass motherfucking bills and don't say shit. If you in office, right, you should be fighting against every dumb motherfucking bill that's dumb as shit. They trying to sneak through that shit. Y'all should be fighting against that shit, especially as elected official. And I want to know why all these congressional motherfuckers fight for these goddamn illegals, want to fly to their goddamn country, try to get them out of jail. I ain't never seen y'all go to battle for people here in the United States trying to get motherfuckers out of jail that didn't belong in there. It's a lot of people that don't belong in there. Especially parents that send their kids to school to get a better education. They don't belong to be fucking incarcerated neither. And they should not be locked the fuck up. I hope Trump get all of those parents out that got arrested and incarcerated for sending their kids to these other schools where their kids could get a better education. I hope they release all of the parents that refuse to send their kids to a F failing school and they wanted a better education for their kids. Okay, that's what I'm hoping. So at the end of the day, y'all, it's all about we the people. We are all we got. We are all we got. And I know many of us, we prefer to be right here in our own fucking country, okay? For them other little demons or whatever that don't want to be here, we don't give a fuck. Get the fuck on. And nobody said it, I fucking said it. Get the fuck on to wherever in the fuck you want to be. And for women, as a woman, I feel safe in this country. Some of these countries, women have no rights. You have no say-so. You won't be allowed to drive. You won't be allowed to say what it is you want to say, because the whole family, everybody gonna whoop your motherfucking ass, okay? And I'm not signing up for that bullshit. So I'm happy right motherfucking here. Trust and believe that, okay? I'm not going to none of them third world goddamn countries. I'm not going to motherfucking Africa. I mean, sure, that's the motherland, and that's probably a beautiful place, you know, but it's not a place that I saying I would want to move to. So don't inbox me talking about go back to Africa. Bitch, I ain't never been, and I don't have no plans on going. Fuck that bullshit, okay? Whoever want to go, that's their business. Have a beautiful trip. Hasta la Vega. Hasta la Vegas. Hope you enjoy it, you know. And I have friends that have been. They told me they really love it. But it's not a place where they will want to move to, okay? So wherever you want to go, it's up to you. It's your free will. You can do that. But as for me, I want to stay here, and I want what's best for every American family. I'm glad Trump is making these people get licensed, which means they're going to have to be vetted, because when they came into this country, they should have been vetted in the first motherfucking place. We can't take our happy ass and go march into these goddamn countries telling us, oh, I just showed the fucking China, and I just showed the fuck up over here, and I want to be in one of your elected officials. I don't speak your language that good, but I want to be part of your cabinet member. What the fuck? Them people ain't gonna go for that. Y'all don't remember how when Bush was over in that other country, they throw that damn shoe at his ass? That motherfucker was good at ducking, though. He went right on down from that shoe. Then the dude throw the other goddamn shoe. He ducked that shit too. Y'all have seen how passionate other people are in their countries. Them people be fighting like hell. The whole goddamn place, they be throwing them blows, okay? That's how passionate they are about their country, what they believe in, what they stand for. Because when you won't fight for your country, you'll fall for any goddamn thing. You'll fall for any goddamn thing. And I'm not falling for it, okay? I'm not falling for it. I've been a fighter all of my life. And I will continue to fight for what I believe in. I didn't, at one point in time, y'all, I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to talk to nobody. I just used to love working behind the scenes, making shit happen. But working behind the scenes don't force me out to do this. So now I have to talk, whether I want to or fucking not. I have to. I have to fucking talk, okay? So the point is, it's time for us to start fighting. Fight, take a stand up against tyranny, push back. Don't just sit there and settle for that bullshit. Y'all know dumb shit when y'all hear it. Y'all be sitting there thinking, well, you know, that's some real dumb shit. You know, you don't want to say it out loud because you don't want people to feel a certain way. Well, you know, that's some real dumb shit. Y'all know dumb shit when you hear it. Be like, God damn, they said that dumb motherfucking shit. I can't believe they just said that dumb shit. But you don't want to say nothing because you don't want nobody to know. You know, I was really offended by what they said, but me? Oh my God, I would never say nothing. That's the problem. Because we have felt that way for so long. But we need to start doing more speaking out, fighting against the injustices of this country, the injustices that's taking place in this country. And we need to take a stand as people for things, making sure things are done right and correctly, you know, and take our kids back. You know, don't just let them do all kind of shit that you're going to have to give account for, you know. Don't let them do it. Back in my day, they didn't go for that shit. You do some dumb shit if you want to. You had to answer to everybody. Hell, if I could have got away with it, I would have tried that shit. I know it wasn't gonna work. I already know my girl, you know, and I'm not, you know, pushing violence or anything, but I knew my grandma was gonna whoop my ass. I knew my mama was gonna beat my ass when I did something. You know, they was gonna get me. I know I couldn't, you know, I know I couldn't go to school and fight. Like somebody said the other day, they say, well, you know, I bet your mama told you that you could just go to school and fight and you better not lose. My mama didn't tell me no shit like that. My mama told me to stay out of fights. That's what she told me. Did I listen? No, I didn't. I didn't listen, you know, because when I went to school, it was always a problem. I was a quiet girl in school. So, you know, they wanted to push it. So, you know, I did what I did. But the point of the matter, when I got home, I knew it was going to be consequences. My mom wasn't trying to hear that shit, especially if I got suspended. I knew I was going to have a problem. Okay? So my mama didn't send me to school and say, if they hit you, you better hit them back. She didn't say that. She did not say that. I wish she would have said that. I would have been suspended every goddamn week for fighting. But she did not say that. She said, no, don't do that. And I tried my best not to do it, okay? But sometimes you got to stand up. You know, you got to push back and say, hey, no. We're not doing that. And why can't we just talk about it? You know, why can't we just talk about things and get shit out in the open? Why shouldn't we have the right to agree to disagree? Okay? And it still be okay, you know, without violence. That's all I'm saying, without violence. But we in such a violent society and a violent time, you know, you can't even say nothing to nobody. They get, you know, this morning I told the lady, I said, hey, well, you know, you can't just be rambling and through our carts, especially if you did not push them out here. You know, my staff go through a lot packing the food and pushing those carts out. So you can't just go rambling in there just because you just showed her. She got mad. She cussed me out. She cussed me out. But did I get upset? No, I did not. No, I didn't get upset. But she'll be back. You know, she'll be back. And then I talk to her when she cool off. You know, she comes. She's always, you know, like that way, kind of nasty. But I'll be waiting on her to come back and I'm going to talk to her. You know, because sometimes people just have pressure on them. And it's got a lot to do with our society. People are really, you know, built up with a lot of pressure. Sometimes it's their kids in the house giving them a hard time, or you know, the spouses may be at war against each other, and people are going through all type of difficulties and stuff. But you just got to find that peace in the middle of that situation. You know, let things blow over where you could go back and talk and say, hey, you know, you said that to me, but I really didn't like that. You know, don't say it when you're angry. Because when you angry, you're going to be like, motherfucker, I ain't like that shit you said to me. But me and my husband, you know, we could talk like that because we got that understanding. We got that understanding. But, you know, maybe if you don't like something, just say, okay, you know, I didn't like that. Don't hold that shit in, because everything you holding in, it's got to come out, baby. And when it come out, it's going to be explosive and it's going to be really, really nasty. And people going to be looking at you like, oh my God, where did that come from? I never knew Susie felt that way. You know, I never knew they felt that way. Well, bitch, you've been pushing and tension bust fucking pipes, okay? So a lot of times people just sit there and they just take shit, and there come a day where they just fucking lose it. They just fucking lose it and get everybody told to fuck off. That's why it's better if you just wait and just talk about it. You know, that won't cool what you did, little mama. You know, but we gonna talk about this. We gonna talk about this, you know? And that's the thing. We gotta all be able to agree to disagree and find that meeting spot. Well, anyway, y'all, this has been the hood. Any comments or anything? Anybody want to say? This has been the Hood Conservative Podcast, and I think I talked long enough. And thank you all for your comments. I thank everybody for their comments out here in the comment box. Thank y'all. Thank y'all, Omarosa and Nora and everybody else for joining the show. And we're here every Thursday at 3. And if you would like to come to the show, please inbox Travian QT or inbox myself. Thank you. Please inbox Travian or myself, okay? And to let us know that you would like to join, because you know we would love to have you on. We want to hear from everybody. We don't care what your point of view is, you know. Just don't get up here and think you get ready to talk some shit to me, because that ain't gonna happen. You're gonna hurry up and get your ass off of this shit. I'm telling you that right now. And that one is for all the ones that want to do the nigger calling. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, you know, I'm gonna say it again. Kids are kids. Kids should be off limits. You know, I don't agree with none of that violent shit that have taken place. I don't agree with whether it was black on black or white on white or black on white or white on black. I don't agree with that shit, okay? But I know at the end of the day, things happen. So for you to come and attack me and call me all those niggers, guess what? I don't give a fuck about that. Bitch, you ain't hurt my goddamn feelings. None. And I probably laughed at that shit I sent back to your motherfucking ass. Because all y'all motherfuckers blocked me. And I did not block not one of you all that stared up and started your shit. So I'm going to tell you this. Before you inbox me some dumb shit, right? You should really think about it. Because when I send back to your ass and I will answer you, you ain't gonna like it. And it's gonna be some new shit you ain't never heard, because I'm very creative like that. I'm very creative, okay? So I'm just saying that to say, at the end of the day, we just got to find the common grounds. And it's so many mixed families, you know. It's so many mixed families out here, you know. And you have to think about the kids. Shit, it don't matter if you're black or white. We got to think about the kids. We got to think about the future and making sure that our kids can read and write, because right about now, that's the most important thing. Oh, shit. That's the most important thing right about now, right? So, respectfully, I'm going to close this program for today. Join me next week right here at the same time on the Hood Conservative Podcast. I am Laverne Spicer, and thank you for joining me today. And thank you for at least having a different outlook on things and, you know, supporting this country is very important. Fighting for your family is very important. And people, let's make it happen. Show love to someone today. Show love. Ain't nothing wrong with showing love, people. Just don't take no shit. I'm telling y'all, don't take that shit. That shit ain't good for your pressure. It ain't good for shit dealing with your system. It ain't shit dealing with your system. It'll run your pressure up, holding shit in. It'll fuck up your health, holding shit in. You know, you ain't, like I'm gonna say it again, you ain't got to say the way I will say it, you know. Just say, you know, sweetie, it was something you said that kind of, hurt my feelings a little bit, and I just want to address it. You don't have to say it the way I would, but just get the shit out in the open. And that's the most important thing, getting shit out in the open and stop holding shit in, because pressure busts motherfucking pipes. Don't hold that shit in. Get that shit out. And then there'll be less motherfuckers on Snap, less motherfuckers on Dateline that's in these goddamn relationship, and the motherfucker in love all by their goddamn self. Because there ain't nothing worse than thinking you all in love, and ain't nobody in love but motherfucking you, because you in love by your motherfucking self. Goddamn, I'm tearing up shit. But anyway, you in love by your motherfucking self. So y'all watch that shit. Watch that Dateline shit. Y'all will be amazed by that. Watch some other shit. Watch some other shit. Get some different points of views. Not just the point where you see in your neighborhood, in your community. Look at different aspects. Look at different things. That's what I did, because damn, I just said the goddamn show was over. I started talking again. I'm going to say this shit for the next show, y'all. I'm going to say this shit for the next show. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead on and close, for I'll be talking for another motherfucking hour. But I'm going to go ahead on and close this show. But thank y'all so much for joining me today on Hood Conservative. God bless. Y'all have a great day and a great life. And thank you. I'll see y'all next week. Same place, same time. Love you too, Amarosa. See y'all next week, next time. I'm going to try to get some good thing about some guests. But anyway, thank y'all so much for coming and joining me today. God bless and have a great day. And I'm out. So, Mark, can you please share what you always share before I click the thing off? Hi, I'm Laverne Spicer, and I'm asking for your support today. Thousands of Americans struggle to get food, and they wonder where their next meal is going to come from. But I'm here, been working with them for over 25 years to provide food to people that need it the most, right here at our community food bank. So today, I'm asking you for your support. Please provide a contribution to help make a real difference in our community and to help us feed people. And you can do it right here. Donate today on Cash App, and you will see the link above.